It's the morning of my sentencing hearing. In a few hours, I will be heading to the courthouse where I may lose my freedom for giving 4 sick, abused chickens theirs. It's incredibly odd to think that, right now I'm sitting by the creek in Berkeley, and in a few hours I might be in a jail cell. It's a wild world that we are living in, but I want you all to know that throughout all of this, not for a moment have I lost hope. And I don't want any of you to lose hope either. I fully 100% believe that what we are fighting for these animals, for justice, is worthwhile, and that it will pay off, and that there will come a day where no more animals are suffering in filthy, crowded sheds. No more animals are living in cages. No more animals are having their bodies manipulated and mutilated. We will live in a world where every animal is safe and happy and free, and it is going to be a long fight. It is going to be a hard fight, but I have so much hope. No matter what happens today, I have so much hope that that world will happen. So please, no matter what, just don't give up, because we have to keep going. The animals need us. They need us so much.
It is that day we have been waiting for and possibly dreading. Zoe Rosenberg, who rescued 4 chickens from a Perdue slaughterhouse, facing the possibility of up to almost 5 years behind bars. The prosecution has asked for 6 months. Let's go straight out to the courthouse. Matthew Zerbel there as the crowds are gathering. Matthew, bring us up to date. What's the latest?
Yeah, the latest is there are 200 or 300 people, I think, who are outside the courtroom waiting to hear the sentence in Zoe's trial. As you know, back in 2023, she rescued chickens out of a slaughterhouse after a long series of investigations of the slaughterhouse, of Purdue's suppliers there. And ultimately, they charged her just with conspiracy to trespass and also to interact with a vehicle. And these charges are then what the jury wound up finding her guilty of. Now, there are chances to appeal potentially for the court, but in the meantime, there's going to be today sentencing happening to see what her verdict will mean for her. And there's a pretty wide variation in what that could mean, from community service or house arrest to up to, I believe, 5 years in jail. And it's very hard to say what the judge will ultimately find fit for her verdict.
I know that so many people there have flown in. One of them is Tiffany Brunelli, who flew in from Los Angeles. I know she's standing next to you. Tiffany, can you tell us the emotions, the feelings that are in the air there as everybody gathers and we await Zoe Rosenberg's arrival? She is going to be speaking when she arrives. Tell us what the mood is.
Everybody is just on pins and needles. I don't think anybody slept last night. And then thinking about that and thinking like, wow, we couldn't sleep. Imagine how Zoe felt last night. And it's just, everyone's on pins and needles. So I think everybody's just really anxious about, we're going to see what happens, but hopefully it'll be okay.
You're a former law enforcement investigator. What do you think about the prosecution asking for 6 months behind bars?
I just can't believe it. For rescuing 4 sick and dying chickens, who would? There's people out here that are walking into the courthouse for other matters, and they're like, what's going on? And we're telling them, and they can't believe it. It makes no sense at all.
Well, I want to say, the second that you see Zoe, give us a heads up. We will go right back out there. Paige Parsons Roach, you've been following this trial from the beginning. What's your reaction?
I am also sitting here, biting my nails and concerned because, this woman, young woman, has health issues, and as much as I read they're going to have concessions for her, she will be in a situation where she's in jail. She would be locked behind bars. That's not the comfort of going to your doctor, getting what you need, being able to take care of your needs, eat when you need to eat. She has a significant, diagnosis that she's dealing with. And to me, 4 sick and dying chickens. I feel like I was up there recently in front of this slaughterhouse. They are significantly hiding the truth. And that's what, to me, this is about. When did telling the truth become a crime? Compassion is not a crime. The fact that this person who has compassion was committed to showing the truth before this even happened with rescuing these chickens, by showing things that were violations of this particular slaughterhouse. And now she is being condemned for holding the slaughterhouse to account for what they committed to. It's on their website.
Let me play a couple of things. One, an attorney who gave an analysis of what could happen.
A lot of people have been asking what we can reasonably expect at my sentencing hearing on Wednesday. While it's impossible to predict, here is one lawyer's analysis.
Zoe's been convicted of nonviolent offenses. While one of her charges was a felony, it was a felony to commit misdemeanors. Zoe was never even accused of committing any overt felonious acts. And the judge might look at that and think that this case is more like a misdemeanor conviction. In addition, Zoe is young, she's a college student, she has no criminal record whatsoever, and she was on pretrial electronic monitoring for 2 years with 0 violations. In addition, Zoe has a serious medical condition that could make jail time potentially life-threatening. On balance, any amount of jail time, even a short sentence, would be manifestly unjust. We also know that this is a political case, and if Zoe does end up getting jail time, it's almost certainly because of outside factors and not the nature of the case itself.
Prosecutors are asking for jail time, but we'll have to wait and see what the judge decides. Stay tuned.
Once again, we're live outside court. People are arriving. I know that there's a bunch of people there. Somebody named Jay might want to speak. Can you bring him in? And we unmute. Please unmute. Go ahead.
Hey. Yeah, just out here saying, there's so much feeling about how everybody is handling the possibility of Zoe being convicted. I think
Jay, what are your feelings?
Speak to how you're feeling, what you think the odds are.
Yeah, no. I was last weekend, I was in LA protesting Trader Joe's at their headquarters, at their stores, and at their offices. And last evening, I was actually outside of Trader Joe's in Berkeley protesting and flagging with a bunch of friends, trying to spread awareness about the trial right now. And I think, regardless of what happens, I think it's an important sign that we are trying our level best. And I think the world is watching. And we are trying our level best to make sure that, justice is served. So it might not be, it could be now, it could be later. But every step of the way, I think we have to try our best. So today, I think the sentencing is fair given all the circumstances and everything else like that. And, fingers crossed for everything that might transpire.
And how many people are there right now, Jay?
Well, I showed up with like 4 or 5 people, but like when I walked in, I saw a sea of humans all over this place. It looks like, this is almost a packed court. I see a ton of people just in the front, steps of this area. And I can imagine, once they line up inside the courtroom, it's going to be packed. And that's going to definitely show the judge and other people that there's a ton of people who support what Zoe did and support the right to rescue and support, being on the right side of history.
Jay, do you see mainstream media there? We often like to joke that in order to get mainstream coverage, you have to get naked or get arrested. So Here's a young woman who's risking going to prison, and she's got an illness for almost 5 years, possibly. We don't know. We're going to find out. Is the mainstream media finally covering this?
Well, in the past, they've covered the campaign numerous times. We've had the New York Times, we've had Press Democrat, we've had San Francisco Chronicle, and a lot of, even Joaquin Phoenix himself was talking in support of Zoe Rosenberg. So I think that there's a ton of mainstream support and media towards this, and there's people talking, even people, who don't know what veganism is or what animal rights activism is, just your average layperson. I remember I was flyering a few days outside of Trader Joe's, and a random passerby said, "Oh, that's the girl that is facing trial." Like, so someone I've never met before, and so word's on the street, and people know what's happening. And I think the world is looking on, and I think a lot of mainstream media has already covered this, and I think more will cover this in the future with all our actions and all our support and all the awareness that we'll create.
Do you see reporters there now with their cameras?
Well, I do see a couple of folks over here with cameras over here. Over there. I think more will be dropping in as the trial goes on. And I imagine that there's going to be a ton of eyes on Zoe and the judge and, just the whole situation here.
Now, we're expecting Zoe Rosenberg, Jay, in about literally 3 minutes. I was told that she is going to speak at 12:45. It is now 12:42. What I ask you to do is make sure to move that camera close up to where Zoe is, and let's flip it around and let's get in there right now so that when she speaks, and she's probably going to pull up and speak right at that banner, that you guys are near the speakers so we can hear Zoe, and that we can get a nice tight shot of Zoe. So you can stay live. We realize this is breaking news, that it's going to be a little shaky while you move from your position to the next position, but go ahead and get set up there, because I think she's going to be here any second. So breaking news is that this is sentencing day for Zoe Rosenberg. This is what she is possibly going to do, up to 5 years in prison, 4.5, for rescuing of 4 chickens. And you see her right now rescuing those chickens. They are named Poppy, Ivy, Aster, and Azalea, and they are living in an undisclosed sanctuary, living out their best lives, which is truly remarkable. Meanwhile, Zoe has said she does not regret. And indeed, Lindsay Baker, the prosecution cited her quote unquote staggering lack of remorse for why they are asking for 6 months. Your thoughts, Lindsay Baker?
Well, I think, of course she doesn't have what they are quoting as remorse. She has intent, and she has belief in what her motives are. She believes in the cause wholeheartedly. She asks us not to give up hope. So of course she's not sorry. She basically gave herself in. I mean, she made obvious what she was doing. She did not cover her face. So to twist the words, again, twisting, they continue to twist everything. I mean, the prosecution charged her. Then when they felt those charges weren't going to work to their advantage, they changed the charges. It's so corrupt. It's so sickening. I'm sitting here and I'm just like reading the comments. People are saying, I wonder how she's doing mentally. And she spent 2 years already. Doesn't that count as her time? I mean, she's been doing time for 2 years on this ridiculous charge. It's absolutely absurd. Use the money to feed people that don't have any food, please, instead of doing things like that. Let the government use the money in a better way.
When you say she's been doing time, up until the start of the trial, she had to wear an ankle monitor for something like 20 months. Imagine having to wear an ankle monitor. And by the way, we invite Perdue or Trader Joe's on anytime. One of the reasons they're protests at Trader Joe's is Trader Joe's reportedly sells the chickens that come from the slaughterhouse that Zoe rescued those 4 chickens from. And so it's pretty amazing right now. Any second she is going to arrive. Right this second, it's expected. While we're waiting for that, let's talk a little bit about Zoe's lifelong illness with type 1 diabetes and why she says, you know, spending any time behind bars, any time, could be life or death.
I'm just setting up my tube feeds for the day. I'm expecting that the prosecution will pretty much spend the entire court session continuing to cross me. I think they'll keep me on the stand pretty much as long as they can. I'm just gonna get this set up in my backpack and then head to the pharmacy to pick up a prescription that hopefully is ready. I'm having a bad gastroparesis and autonomic neuropathy flare-up, in part because of a high blood sugar, but also in part because I was having a really hard time getting a hold of a medication that I'm on, and I was off of it for almost a week, and I only just got it again this evening.
All right. What do you make of that, Paige?
Okay, I'm a mother, and it just breaks my heart. I mean, it breaks my heart to think that she would be put in a situation where, as it is, it's life-threatening if she doesn't get these medications immediately when she needs them, or the food that she needs for her blood sugar level. I mean, it's frightening. It's frightening. As a mom, it breaks my heart, and it concerns me very much so. And I can't imagine 6 months. And the thing that makes me so mad and why I became an activist is I used to shop at Trader Joe's and think I was buying something kindly raised, sustainably sourced. You know, they were living on a beautiful farm. I was that shopper. I was spending that money on those lies. And the fact that this has been shown, and that now she's the one.
My sentence could range anywhere from
Here. She's speaking. Let's go.
In jail or prison. The prosecutors are asking for jail time, and in fact, they wanted me to be in jail right now. They asked for me to be remanded and taken into custody on the day of my sentencing hearing at the end of October. The Sonoma County District Attorney's Office says that I am a threat to public safety. They say that I put humans and animals at risk when I enter factory farms and slaughterhouses. And they are going to stand up in court, and they are going to say that today. They are going to say that I apparently caused the slaughterhouse to delay their production, somehow costing Perdue over $100,000 in losses by rescuing 4 sick, abused birds from their slaughterhouse. They are going to say all of this, all while ignoring, not just ignoring, but denying the criminal animal cruelty that Perdue is allowed to commit every single day that they continue their operations. But while they say this, while they say that I am one putting humans and animals at risk, all while denying the suffering that these chickens experience in the first place, we know the truth. We know that their suffering is real. And we know exactly who is responsible. We know that less than 8 miles from here, tens of thousands of chickens are languishing in sheds at Perdue's Petaluma Poultry Factory Farm on Hunter Lane. We know that birds are struggling to breathe from the toxic, ammonia-filled air. We know that there are chickens being denied medical care, instead slowly dying on a floor of feces. We know that less than 20 miles from here, chickens are brutalized at Perdue's Petaluma Poultry Slaughterhouse. We know that they kill 90 birds per minute, and that these rapid slaughter speeds exacerbate suffering. We know chickens are often live hung in the shackles improperly, which can lead to injury and improper stunning. It can even cause birds to be cut up on various parts of their bodies by the automatic throat slitter machine. And we know that birds who are not stunned properly and who do not have their throats properly slit and are missed by an overwhelmed worker will then enter what they call the blood tunnel while fully conscious, where they will watch their brothers and sisters as they bleed out before they enter a tank of scalding hot water while still sensible to pain. These birds are boiled alive. And my prosecutors are denying that this is happening, even though we have evidence, including a piece of paper from inside of the slaughterhouse, a Perdue document that shows that not one, not two, but 76 birds were scalded alive on just one day in May of 2023. And we know that when we don't speak up, when we don't take action, no one spares a thought to the safety of these millions of animals who Perdue abuses and neglects every single year. The authorities are aware of all of this, but they let money and corporate greed drive them. Instead of helping the animals, they have spent the past 2 years prosecuting me, joining a national trend of our government trying to silence activists who just want to make this world a little bit kinder. Over the past 2 years, and particularly since my conviction, I have had to try to come to terms with what going to jail might mean for me. And the reality is that because of my health conditions, it could be life-threatening. When I was originally arrested 2 years ago, the jail informed me that they would forcibly remove my medical devices that I need to survive. I currently depend on an insulin pump, a continuous glucose monitor, a feeding tube, and multiple medications to stay alive. Even if the jail doesn't take my medical devices, I still worry that they will just fail to appropriately address my complex medical needs. But as I have thought about all of this, I have also thought deeply about all of the animals on factory farms across the United States who are denied even the most basic care, medical or otherwise. My actions have obviously had consequences for me personally. If I had not acted, if I had not done what I did in the spring of 2023, I would not have been arrested. I would not have been prosecuted or forced to wear an ankle monitor for 2 years. I would not have been convicted, and I would not be standing here today facing the possibility of jail time or house arrest or probation or whatever it ends up being. I realize all of this, but it is also true that if I had not acted, 4 little lives wouldn't have been saved. Poppy, Ivy, Aster, and Azalea would have sat in that crowded cage, bodies infected and aching, and no one would have come for them. They would have cried out and begged for help, and no one would have helped them. They would have died in pain, and their stories would have died with them. And that reality is far harder for me to bear than the one at hand. More than anything, I regret every moment that animals suffer. As I said on the first day of this trial, what I am facing might be scary, but the consequences of our inaction are far, far scarier. For the animal, the cost of allowing the world to continue as it is just too great. The fight for animal rights will be long. It will be tiring. It will be hard. It is already all of those things and more. And there will be moments that we struggle and moments that we lose. And yes, more of us may go to jail or prison along the way. But look, beyond this fight is a world where chickens explore in the tall grass and bathe under the sun, where pigs root in the soil with their snouts and roll in the mud as they please. Beyond this fight is a world where rabbits burrow in the dirt and cows run with their families, grooming their children and scratching their backs on trees. Beyond this fight is a world where every animal is safe and happy and free. And so no matter what happens today or any day in the future, we cannot give up. The animals are counting on each and every one of us. As we enter the courthouse today, let us keep the animals in our hearts and hold our heads up high. We will not let them down. Thank you all so much for being here. Thank you all so much for being here today. I'm talking to the people behind me, so it feels weird facing away, but we're gonna go into the courtroom now. But before we go inside the court building, I just wanna remind everyone of some courtroom rules. There's about 100 seats in the courtroom and there's over 150 people here today, which is awesome. So we won't all fit. So if you do wanna stay out here, where they hold that.
Andy, could you stop unfolding? I'm gonna take a group photo.
Yeah, don't pack anything up yet. We're gonna take a photo before we go in. But if anyone doesn't want to go in the courtroom, you're welcome to stay out here. We're gonna have people guarding all the supplies. I'll also be in the hallway right outside the courtroom. So if anyone tries to go in and can't make it, we'll be in the hallway. We'll do some other action steps on our phones to help support Zoe and hold these animal abusers accountable. But if you do go in the courtroom, your phone has to be completely turned off, not on airplane mode, but completely turned off. We can't talk or whisper or make any audible sound. So if the judge or someone says something that we don't like, we can't express that verbally or vocally. We're there to just be really respectful and be in solidarity with Zoe. And we don't want our behavior to negatively reflect or impact Zoe in any way. Yeah, and after the hearing, we're all going to come back right out here for a press conference. I would expect the hearing's about an hour long, but we don't really know. So if anyone has questions, please come to me and we'll take a quick group photo and then we'll start lining up for security. You can leave your signs and banners out here. I guess one more thing about security, if you have a hard metal water bottle or anything on you that could be perceived as a weapon, they won't let you bring it in. So you can just leave that outside. So yeah, take a quick group photo. I moved it.
Yeah.
We're watching what's happening live. This is history in the making. This will go down in animal rights history, I believe. Historic moment. So take it in. Take it in. Hundreds of people gathered there to support Zoe Rosenberg as she goes in to learn her fate. Look at how many people are there. The hearing will not be live. We will remain live. And then there's going to be some notable people speaking after this sentencing. We don't know if Zoe's going to come out or not. She may be remanded immediately to jail if, in fact, she gets jail time. The defense, of course, hoping she gets probation. Really, really intense. It's a group photo being taken right now. There's tons of people going into court with her, not just her defense team, but as many supporters as can fill up the seats. And we invite Perdue and any associated company or agency on any time to respond? Ringo, this is going on right now.
Will you take a video?
This is happening right now. If you're not in America, this is
Can you
Northern
open my
California,
computer? I'm just
about
like leaving them
50 miles north of San Francisco, in Santa Rosa and Sonoma County. It's an agricultural community. People think of California, they think of Hollywood and the tech industry, but it is a heavily agricultural community.
what do you mean?
And
Like,
it is the largest
Yeah.
dairy state in the nation. It also happens to be the 5th largest economy in the world. So what happens in California is absolutely crucial. And wow, yeah, very powerful speech. Very powerful speech. We're going to have some analysis as everybody goes in to hear. Again, she could get probation. She could get what the prosecution is asking for, which is 6 months, 180 days. Potentially, she could get 4.5 years. That's the maximum. We're waiting to hear what's going to happen. And of course, I think we're all on pins and needles. You can see there's well over 150 people, maybe 200 people there. After, there are going to be speeches from notable leaders in the animal welfare movement, including, I've been told, Jean Baur of Farm Sanctuary, Sharon Núñez of Animal Equality, as well as at least one person who has done prison time for animal rights activism, speaking about their experience. This is all about the right to rescue. Zoe and her team say they did not commit a crime. They have basically rescued 4 animals who were sick and suffering, they say, but certainly, undoubtedly, set to die one way or another. They were going into a slaughterhouse. They weren't going to be coming out of there. And the whole idea is to get the right to rescue established as a legal right. That would be very similar to a legal right for non-human animals. For example, pretty much it's acknowledged that if you see a drowning child in a swimming pool and you jump over the fence and go on a private property and rescue that child's life, you're a hero. You're not going to be accused of trespass. You're going to be hailed as a hero. That's the right to rescue, except it applies to animals. And there are billions of animals suffering in these factory farms. Let's see if we can get, if anybody wants to speak from court, I'm going to open the mic a little bit. Tiffany, well, they've got it muted so that, oh, here we go. There's Maverick. Maverick, what was your reaction to what you just heard? Yes,
Oh,
Maverick,
wait,
please.
they're on that side. Perfect. Yeah.
Maverick,
Sorry
yes,
about that.
Maverick. What was your reaction to Zoe's speech?
Zoe's speech was incredibly powerful. She has such a good rhetoric and a way with words. She was able to talk about the history and how far we've come. She was able to talk about the future that we wish to have, where animals are free to live as they should. She really has a great rhetoric, and it really fired everyone here up. It was an incredible speech, as always.
Are you nervous? Like, I'll be honest, I'm nervous. We covered 27 days of this trial. It was a very long trial, and yet the jury came back in just a few hours. Very fast turnaround. I'm very nervous about, what could happen. Oh, yeah. Well,
they covered the trial 27 days, and they're nervous about what could happen.
Yes.
Sorry, we're having audio issues.
it's all right. Don't worry. What answer? Thank you. Go ahead and answer.
Sorry, can you say the end of the question?
Yes.
Yeah, I was just saying, what is your personal emotional feeling right now? Are you nervous? Are you calm? I mean, what are you going through as an example of some of these supporters?
Yeah, it's interesting. Of course I'm nervous. Of course I'm incredibly nervous. I think that's the main emotion that people here are feeling. They're feeling, I want to say remorse, but some sadness to see a defeat. But I think, especially after the speech and seeing how many people came here today, in spite of the nerves and the sadness that we may be feeling, we see that there is a momentum behind us, and that the arc of history does move towards what is just. So in spite of everything that we're feeling here today, I think there's a sense of camaraderie, a sense of brother and sisterhood, and a hopefulness for the future to see everyone here today united about the same issues, knowing that we will continue to fight regardless of what happens here today.
Maverick, thank you. Very well said. I don't want to stop you from going in. I'm sure, I don't know if you want to go in, but I don't want to stop you if you want to go in. I don't want to prevent you. There's only about 100 seats, and you could end up getting locked out. So if you want to go out and get into court, go ahead.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yes. All right. Well, listen, what I'd like to do is get reaction. There was a very emotional speech from Zoe Rosenberg. Basically, here's the funny part, or not funny, but here's the interesting part. The prosecution has accused Zoe of having a staggering lack of remorse. That is their phrase. And they're saying that should work against her. And that's why they're asking for 6 months. But Zoe does not have remorse for ethical reasons because she feels what she did was the morally correct thing, Ellen Dent. Can you expand on that issue?
Yeah, Zoe, I mean, she knew what she was doing when she rescued those chickens, and she has no regrets for doing that. They're alive and doing well and safe because of her actions. So of course she doesn't have any regret for saving them. Yeah, Poppy, Ivy, Aster, and Azalea, all pictured on the screen, they're all alive because of her, and she knew what the repercussions could be, maybe not to the extent that they are, that she may not be able to have access to her medical devices. And that is what she was told. I did see a comment on the screen that they wouldn't do that, but I believe that they would do that. And I believe that they could do that. And it's just, very, unfortunate situation. And I'm hoping that she won't see any jail or prison time because of having this amazing act of compassion for other animals. And I hope that
Ellen,
can see that.
Steve is saying animal farmers should have remorse because they're killing billions of animals every year with extreme violence. So there's a culture war going on here.
Yeah, and plenty do. And plenty decide to change their mind, and they decide to have a sanctuary or, make plant milk or grow mushrooms instead of, these other animals because they make that connection with them, just as Zoe has since she was a very young child when she, was around chickens, and now she has a chicken sanctuary with her mother. So, it's just about really having people make that connection and realize that when these other animals are in trouble, especially when they're in trouble, but, when they're suffering, they should be able to be rescued. It shouldn't be illegal to, have mercy on someone else.
Paige Persons Roach, while Zoe was speaking, I saw you crying. You were actually shedding tears. What's going through you right now?
Being a mom, I feel for her, and I feel for this time in history because, 10 years ago when my daughter came home and said, she was going vegan, and I asked her why. She said, I just saw videos about animals, the way they're treated, and I didn't want my life to be disrupted. And yet it's the best pivot for me ever because I started to dive into what was really going on. And once I had the information, I realized the chicken I was buying at Trader Joe's was not being treated kindly. That's what I've realized in this alone. And it just made me feel for Zoe and her health. It's a concern for me because when you have a health issue like she does, which is a life-threatening issue, if you can't get that medical attention, her life's on the line. And that's concerning for me. Yeah.
And I wonder if how much care the system has. The system is a system, and we're all sort of trapped in the system. And if they can do something legally, Lindsay, to Zoe, and it's just a total disconnect. I mean, The staggering lack of remorse. That's what the prosecution said. And to me, that betrays a complete misunderstanding of why Zoe did what she did and her beliefs. And you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of a closing argument of a prosecutor when Wayne Shung, who was also convicted and served time, was arguing and defending himself when he was accused of taking some piglets from a massive factory farm. And this is what the prosecutor said. And it really epitomizes the attitude of law enforcement, prosecutors. Listen, he compared the piglets to a dented can.
Analyze for just a moment the reasoning being demonstrated here tonight. I think it's clear that the pigs were stolen, they were taken, and they were not returned. In fact, Mr. Shung stated he didn't want to return. That's that. Imagine the use of the word rescue in some other context. Suppose you were in the grocery store and you saw a can with dents in it, and you thought to yourself, oh my goodness, that can has a dent. It has the potential of going bad. I better rescue that can, put it in my purse, take it out of the store. Or imagine you're at DQ, you see a dripping ice cream cone up there. The clerk just put on the counter. Oh dear, that cone is dripping off the side. I better take it so that it doesn't make a mess on the floor.
That is the attitude. They don't get it. Let's do a little round robin. Lindsay?
Yeah, I was going to say, just listening to the way he framed that whole argument, he started off with saying it was a criminal act. And then he implied that rescuing a can, we look at it as, well, how stupid to compare an animal to a can. But even more so, it's like saying, oh, it's implying that it would be theft. It's trying to plant it in the minds of the jury that it is theft, that what these people are doing is criminal. And this is just not, if you're any person with any discerning nature is going to say, look at the case with open eyes, despite the fact that half of the information or some of the information was held back, such as the scaldings and ventilation shutdowns that happened in other situations where these animals are treated like just a piece of object, a can. But the whole thing is just so convoluted. But any person with any kind of sense is going to see through this. And I believe it's going to backfire. And I think it backfired in the case of his argument right there, too, because most people know
it did. Wayne, in that case, Wayne was acquitted, and the jury actually said they were offended by that argument. But that's when they changed their strategies. And they ended up convicting Wayne in this very courtroom. In fact, the day that Zoe was arrested was the day that Wayne was sentenced and began a 90-day sentence with 2 years probation. He ended up serving 38 days. And I'll show you the video, and I'll line it up here in a second. The moment. Oh, that's another group being arrested. There's so many arrested, it's hard to keep track with these. We're also covering the Animal Rising case in England, which is week one of beagle rescuers being put on trial, and they could go to prison for 10 years. But if you see the day, the very day, there it is, the day that Zoe was arrested was the day that Wayne Shung, the co-founder of Direct Action Everywhere, was sentenced. And he was sentenced to 90 days in jail and 2 years probation. However, he only served 38 days before being released. My question is that I'm wondering is, it's the same system, it's the same county, it's the same courtroom. Are they going to try to up the ante by giving Zoe even more time than Wayne got? That's my question, because Wayne got 90 days, but Wayne wasn't sick. Wayne did not have a lifelong illness and have to wear a tube like Zoe does. So let me play very quickly what one of the lawyers said today. The sentencing is happening right now inside court. Okay. We don't know. Any second now, somebody's going to run out and tell Matthew, here's what she got, or she's on probation. We don't know whether she's going to walk out of that courthouse or go straight to jail. But listen to one analysis from earlier today.
A lot of people have been asking what we can reasonably expect at my sentencing hearing on Wednesday. While it's impossible to predict, here is one lawyer's analysis.
Zoe's been convicted of nonviolent offenses. While one of her charges was a felony, it was a felony to commit misdemeanors. Zoe was never even accused of committing any overt felonious acts. And the judge might look at that and think that this case is more like a misdemeanor conviction. In addition, Zoe is young, she's a college student, she has no criminal record whatsoever, and she was on pretrial electronic monitoring for 2 years with 0 violations. In addition, Zoe has a serious medical condition that could make jail time potentially life-threatening. On balance, any amount of jail time, even a short sentence, would be manifestly unjust. We also know that this is a political case, and if Zoe does end up getting jail time, it's almost certainly because of outside factors and not the nature of the case itself.
Prosecutors are asking for jail time, but we'll have to wait and see what the judge decides. Stay tuned.
And if you're joining us, it's happening right now. Go ahead, Paige.
Here's what I wanted to ask, and I wanted to ask the panel here. When the lawyer said just a moment ago, this is a political case and outside factors, what do you think he was referring to? What comes to mind are the billboards and the leaflets and pamphlets that were handed out to the public, some of which could have been on the jury, could be on the jury, could have been on the jury, that were discounting basically animal rights activists and making animal rights activists look as if they're criminals. I just wanted to ask the rest of the panel their thoughts on this being a political case as well as outside factors that lawyer just referred to.
Ellen Dent, you want to take that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that this area, this Sonoma County area is, probably not a good area to honestly have a trial. I think that most of the people there are affected by it being an agricultural area. And we don't know if they got those flyers that had seemingly happy animals on farms that were not the actual photos from the farm or the place, the truck that Zoe, got these, chickens from, or the farm that they came from, these quote unquote farms. So I do believe that, that jury pool could have very well been affected. I believe that they probably know people who work in the agriculture industry, and, who knows if their livelihood may also depend on that, or their lives. So yeah, I did have said it in the past that I do wish that trial had been moved to a different county where there could have been a better chance of an unbiased jury.
And that does happen sometimes. It's called the change of venue, when there's a determination that something is too prejudicial in that area. They can do that, but that didn't happen in this case. And what I think is very interesting is that we think of California as being a very sort of progressive, liberal state. And this is not politically I'm talking about. I'm more talking culturally. But the truth is that once you get out of LA and north or south of San Francisco, you're in a very agricultural region. And California is the largest dairy state in the nation. It's a huge agriculture area. So I want to go back out to Matthew. You've been out there. Everybody's packed into the court. You've covered this trial. One of the things that offended me the most was hearing that the potential jurors were asked if they were vegan or if they knew any vegans, and that peremptory challenges were used to throw those people off. Can you tell us what you remember about that?
Yeah, I think that's about the sum of it. Is that was part of the questioning that they had done. And also, I remember that the prosecution had more specifically tried to check whether anyone felt that they had been judged by someone who is vegan. So for people who knew people who are vegan or vegetarian, it was a lot about what is your relationship to them? And just jumping back briefly to the question about a venue, it's definitely true that Sonoma County is pretty polarized around different actions DXD has taken. It's been in a lot of the political area. It's otherwise an interesting mix politically of people. It's one of the counties that has a fair amount of agriculture, both crops and animal agriculture here, that is still pretty heavily urbanized broadly and democratic in terms of party affiliation, which is less rare of more urban farming centered places. So it's an interesting mix for sure of all of the different influences that might affect your average juror.
Sentencing is happening right now. The entire place has cleared. Presumably, as soon as somebody like one of our volunteers, Tiffany Brunelli, finds out what the verdict is, not the verdict, but the sentence is, she's going to fly out of there and tell us. So we're in a waiting game right now. Inside that court, Zoe Rosenberg is hearing right this second what her sentence is. And we're all on pins and needles, just really wondering, is it going to be probation? Is it going to be what the prosecutors want, which is 6 months behind bars? Or could the judge even go further? Somebody here in the commentary mentioned house arrest. Not that, the folks on this panel feel that she should get any time, but just like she was forced to wear an ankle monitor for more than 20 months, there are ways for the judge to make a point without sending her behind bars where, due to her lifelong health issues, she literally could be in danger. What are your thoughts on that, Paige?
Well, again, I think, her life is on the line. So I want to make a point about that. I want to, if I may, circle back to what Matthew was talking about and ask this question, Matthew, because you've been on the streets. You were here during the trial. You were there during the trial. What do you feel? Have you seen any of the public's opinion about this trial shift in any way when they get the truth? I know, like I was saying earlier, when I got the truth I was shocked about how animals are treated. And it's the norm. And apparently in this situation, things were pointed out prior to this rescue that were pointing to, what am I trying to say here? I'm sorry, Purdue's, Petaluma Poultry's infractions of their commitments of the law, right? Of the way they were treating animals. So in other words, what have you seen on the streets talking to people in regards to this trial? I'm curious. Have you seen any public opinion shift?
Yeah, I think we have. I will admit a point of bias, which is most people I talk to about it are, when I'm at a protest, often outside of Trader Joe's, talking about it. But I see a good number of people who are familiar with the trial who immediately recognize that we're talking about asking Trader Joe's to drop Perdue is the same slaughterhouse that Zoe is being convicted for, and that they know about her case. And especially in more recent months and weeks, very often supportive people who have told us that they've already stopped buying chicken from Trader Joe's, telling us that they hope well for Zoe's verdict. There's still been, some number of people who have, written her off and say, this is bad. I think both of this protest and Zoe's conviction are that they're supporting a longer sentence for Zoe and that they're opposed to the protest. But I have seen, I think, a big change in the number of people who are supportive, and it's been really great to see.
Let me say a couple of things. One, Perdue denies all cruelty allegations. They've issued statements saying that Zoe Rosenberg and Direct Action Everywhere, the group she's a member of, is an extremist organization. They have a lot of information on their website. You can go to it and see for yourself, corporate.perduefarms.com/responsibility/animal care. We invite Perdue on anytime They have an open invitation to further comment. So what's interesting is this cultural divide, and you said it very well. In a way, we all know that California is a blue state, but nevertheless, animal agriculture, factory farming, and the exploitation of animals for food and for other things like animal experimentation, it's a bipartisan problem. It exists throughout administrations. So we don't need to talk partisan politics to talk about this, any more than we need to talk about partisan politics when we talk about our precious wild horses being pushed off public lands to make room for cattle grazing. And that's happening right now. We just did an emergency town hall on that. That happened in Democratic administrations and Republican administrations. It's the government bureaucracy basically treating animals as property and as objects. And this is the entire heart of this trial. The heart of this trial is animals are not mere property. Now, I can tell you that attorneys say that one way that you can achieve legal progress is by getting convicted and then appealing. And then if you win on appeal, it sets legal precedent. So ironically, if let's say she had been acquitted, there's no opportunity to set legal precedent. It's just like she's found not guilty, and that's pretty much it. But if she's convicted and then she appeals, arguing, one of their main arguments is that they wanted to argue the necessity defense, that it's okay to commit a minor crime like trespassing when you're preventing a greater evil. That holds true in certain circumstances, like rescuing a child from a hot car where you're breaking the window and you're violating private property to rescue the child. And people have even used it, if not legally, I don't know, I don't want to misspeak, but it's happened quite often with dogs, right? Because we hold dogs in much higher esteem than we do chickens in our society. But the point is that if she is successful in an appeal, that actually could set a precedent, Lindsay Baker.
Yes, and that's what we're all hoping will happen. I think this is going to continue. These cases are going to continue. People will continue to go into slaughterhouses and rescue animals. And like Zoe said, this is going to be a long, hard voyage, a long, hard journey to save animals from this type of torture. And each step of it is a step up the ladder. But unfortunately, people like Zoe are being, are suffering for it and suffering with something their whole life. I also like to mention that I'm noticing that the numbers keep going up and up and up on the views here. So that's a really positive thing. People are tuning in. People want to know what's going on in this case because it is setting a precedent. And I think it is making history.
Yes, it's history. And any second now, it could have already happened. Zoe will learn her sentence and people will come streaming out of that courthouse and we'll find out, did she get probation? Did she get 6 months as the prosecution wanted? Did she get even harder time? We do not know. But getting back to the whole issue of what Zoe wants to accomplish legally, let's listen to her efforts to get something called Rose's Law.
About 5 years ago, animal rescuers went to a factory farm that supplies to Petaluma poultry and tried to rescue chickens who were dying on the floor of this factory farm. And the animal rescuers called the police because they were hoping that the police would come and try to help the animals and address the criminal animal cruelty. And the police did show up, but they decided instead of helping the animals that they were going to protect corporate interest, and they actually tore those chickens out of the arms of animal rescuers, and law enforcement killed all of them, all but one. One chicken was allowed to go past police lines. One chicken was allowed to go to the vet and get care and spend her life at sanctuary, and that chicken was Rose. Rose was brought to me, and she was severely debilitated. She was really sick. The first night that she was with me, she was so scared. I remember I had her in my bedroom in case she needed anything, and when I turned the lights out, she started crying, and I couldn't figure out what was wrong. I didn't know if she was in pain. I just didn't know why she was so upset, that she just wouldn't stop crying. And finally, I wrapped her in a blanket, and I brought her up onto my bed, and then she fell asleep. She stopped crying, and I realized she just didn't want to be alone. And from that day forward, she slept in my bed every night. She went with me everywhere. She came with me to the grocery store, to restaurants, even sometimes to school. And about a year after she was rescued, she passed away very suddenly. She had never really fully regained her health. She never regained use of one of her legs. And I've spent the last 4 years grieving Rose. You know, after Rose's death, her story inspired a mass movement for animals, a movement for Rose's law, a law that would give animals a Bill of Rights. And the first one of those rights is the right to be rescued.
So tell us how this could, let's say she appeals and she's successful, Matthew. We know she's going to appeal. She's been convicted. So this is the sentence that's happening right now in the room, in the courthouse behind you. But she's certainly going to appeal. And we believe that one of the bases for that appeal will be the fact that she was not allowed to argue the necessity defense, which is essentially the right to rescue. What do you know about that, Matthew?
Yeah, that will be one of the bases of her appeal. Of course, it's not likely the only basis. She also can argue more procedural things to how the case went, including saying that maybe that the jury selection process was unfair, or that she wasn't able to argue her case sufficiently by bringing in her straight up case in chief, the original part of her argument, enough parts about other investigations that she'd done. But if there is a decision on whether the right to rescue or the necessity defense can be used right there, then either way, it's going to have major impacts on all of California state law, because it will mean that there's a different baseline understanding of what the law is and how the law should be interpreted there, potentially up to including some sort of strict definition that says animals have this kind of right as persons. The question hinges very, very much on whether an animal is kind of a being that is protected by the law, under the more general term about when the law talks about harm coming to someone. If an animal can fall under that definition, it opens the door to a lot of other questions. Can an animal fall under the definition of being trapped in other places, of needing to be protected from slaughter or from other mistreatment, even outside of just a rescue situation?
I absolutely agree with you. And that's why I feel this case is historic. We know that animals are not inanimate objects. We also know that corporations are considered persons, and yet animals are not considered persons. And there's an organization called the Non-Human Rights Project that has been fighting for years to get personhood for certain animals, like an elephant that has been trapped in a zoo his or her whole life, unable to get out of, like, basically a prison situation. And yet the courts do not make that leap. But Ellen Dent, we know that making history and moving the needle forward when it comes to evolution does not come without a price. Everybody pays a price for what they do, from Harriet Tubman to modern day activists. It doesn't come without a price. The question is the price for Zoe going to be living behind bars with a life-threatening illness?
Well, I certainly hope not. I mean, animal rights, just like with any social rights movement, people will be arrested, and people will suffer the consequences of an unfair legal system that, is trying to prevent them from being able to establish rights for themselves and others. In this case, for activists to be able to go in and act, just people being able to go in and act when they see another animal that is in trouble. And I mean, you can see here the footage of Zoe, by the truck, and she's going to get the chickens out. She looks at them. I don't know if we have the specs, the specifics for the veterinary analysis for these chickens, but they were very sick. They were very sick. And you can see that they're in this really cramped, tight space and suffering. Many of them are missing feathers, which is a sign of distress as well. And I'm not sure if that happened on the truck or possibly at the farm beforehand. But I take, a lot of offense to that corporate responsibility statement that you had put up a bit earlier, where Perdue, alleges that there is no animal cruelty, because the footage says otherwise. And they aren't denying that this is the footage from their truck or from their farms. So people can see. And I think that's why you're seeing this shift in public opinion, because people are seeing the truth, thanks to Zoe and others like her, for going in there and risking their freedom, and in Zoe's case, her life, to be there. And the judge has already shown some leniency because she is sick. So I can only hope that she is not locked up. I know that the ankle monitor was very psychologically harmful for her. But I guess when you weigh it against her being incarcerated, the ankle monitor, hopefully would be a better option, if anything at all. I hope that she gets.
People are asking. Yes, people are asking, what's happening? What's happening? If we knew, I'm looking also at the feed. There is a feed it's called the Perdue Rescue Trial feed on X, and all we have is, the last thing we have is Zoe speaking outside court. We do not have an update. I'm sure that you're checking as well. The sentencing is happening right now in the courthouse behind us. We are live. By the way, Unchained TV covered this case every day of the trial, 27 days. And the jury came back in something like 3.5 hours. What does that tell you right there, Paige?
Well, I feel it was biased from the beginning. First of all, my understanding is there were billboards put up painting Zoe as a criminal. That's my understanding.
Well, let me just say this for the record. There were definitely also billboards from Direct Action Everywhere saying, should animal rescue be a crime? So I just want to say that, there was a PR campaign on both sides, but I will say that there were glossy magazines sent, thousands of them around the entire county, saying, stand up for Sonoma County's farmers.
So they were definitely painting. And if you look at any of the articles, it's definitely skewed towards there's criminally something wrong with people who stand up for animals in this way. So, there's definitely a bias towards food. Animals are food, and we need to feed the Americans with this protein. So I feel that already going into the courtroom and then asking the jury for the jury selection if they're vegetarian or if they've ever been judged by a vegan or vegan, that's appalling.
It is appalling, because imagine if you applied that to some other aspect of one's life, like a religion or ethnicity or gender or race. I mean, if you applied that to anything else, that would be considered bigotry. And yet it's okay for them to ask, have you ever felt judged by a vegan, and then use a peremptory challenge to get rid of that person? I found that, of all the things that I've heard in this trial, I found that to be the most shocking. I'm like, Really? It's come to that? And not only that, what another interesting factor is that the district attorney of this county was in court for key testimony. Now, sadly, every county has serious crime, right? But when you think of the district attorney being in the courtroom, what does that say, Lindsay Baker, about the political stakes for this trial?
Yes, political stakes indeed, because, these corporations that are running these operations are just putting pressure. It's obvious on the government officials, maybe with getting them reelected, maybe donations. I don't know. I can't say because I don't know for sure. And I'm just, I'm just saying this off the top of my head, but there's definitely collusion going on here. The fact that the evidence was suppressed, it was literally suppressed. People were not allowed to see pictures. They couldn't see video. They couldn't see the report from within the slaughterhouse of the scaldings of just 14 or so animals that one day. So we know it goes on daily. How long are they going to try and suppress this? They're not going to get away with suppressing this information. And I just can't understand why people would vote in officials that spend their time in courtrooms on cases like this when there's so much more important work for them to be doing for the people that elected them, not for the lobbyists.
Yeah, and I want to make a point that, again, we invite Perdue on any time they deny those scalding allegations. That was a big controversy during the trial with, back and forth. But here's the thing. There is standard operating procedure in today's modern day factory farming. And there's a good argument to be made, considering, first of all, that all the animals ultimately end up dead. And B, that just the regular process is inherently cruel, that there is cruelty going on. Now, cruelty is something that, who defines it? Who says when something's cruel and when something's not cruel? Let's take a look once again at just how these animals are transported. Again, this is standard across the entire industry. But look, I think we need to just stop and look at how they are transported. This is Zoe Rosenberg doing the action, rescuing the 4 chickens for which she is convicted and which she is being sentenced right now in the courthouse. As we speak, we are waiting to find out what that sentence is. It could come down any second. But look at how these chickens are packed. And the reports are that there are 4,000 chickens per truck. The fact is that industrialized animal agriculture involves inherent cruelties. If you think that this is a cruel tableau right now, just looking at it. If you had a pet bird, okay, would that be how you would want your pet bird? Let's say you had a canary or a parakeet. Is that how you would like your parakeet or your canary? See, there's a different standard for pets than there is for food animals. And this is across the board. That's why, for example, former cattle rancher turned vegan sanctuary owner Renee King Soden is creating her own animal hospital on her sanctuary, because when she's had sick cows and she takes them to the regular vet, they go into the food section where basically, it's no big deal. They're going to get killed anyway. So, this is just really society stopping and saying, who are animals? Who are animals? What level of respect do they deserve? Is that video that you just saw evidence of cruelty, or is it standard operating procedure? You might say cruelty is in the eye of the beholder. I certainly think that's cruel as a human being. When I look at that, I go, they're packed in there. Is that any way to transport a sentient being? But legally, I don't know whether that's considered cruelty. Paige Parsons Roach.
Well, I do believe, I looked up the history at one point, and there is a historical point in time where there was an agreed upon standard. There are agreed upon standards that say this is humane. This is, I'm just going to say humane practices, and we can look those up. And if you go onto the website of Perdue, the things that were pointed out that Zoe went to make a complaint about, those are violations, clear violations that that the animal rights activist pointed to the truth. And that's what she was trying to make aware of the justice system. Let's hold this slaughterhouse to the accountability of the agreement, the agreed upon standards and practices.
What you're
right?
saying is that Zoe Rosenberg tried to report what she claimed was criminal animal cruelty over and over again. By the way, interrupt us. The second you get the verdict, Matthew, interrupt us. But Zoe Rosenberg says she tried to report what she calls criminal animal cruelty repeatedly. In fact, at the time of her arrest, she was trying to report what she called, but there was no response from law enforcement. Now, there are laws on the books. There's Prop 2, there's Prop 12. These were passed overwhelmingly by the voters. But to my knowledge, there's never been a prosecution of a violation of those propositions.
That's the trial that needs to happen, Jane.
Yeah, there's
Right?
no, even if laws are on the books, if they're never enforced, what difference does it make? It actually hurts animals because it gives consumers a false sense of security. Oh, I signed Prop 12 and it passed. Now I can eat all the animals I want. They're being taken care of, but it's not enforced. That's the problem. So what we're dealing with, and if you're just joining us, the breaking news is the sentencing is happening inside right now. People keep asking me, what's the sentence? What's the sentence? It's happening this second inside the courthouse behind which Matthew is standing, in front of which Matthew is standing. Any second now, we should know, because it was supposed to take about an hour. It's 1:47 Pacific time. Zoe went in right around 1. I would say within 10 minutes, we will know. So hang in there. We're going to find out any second. And we know that Jean Baur, the president of Farm Sanctuary, is supposed to speak. That's at least what I was told. Sharon Núñez, the head of Animal Equality, is supposed to speak. Go ahead, Lindsay.
I was just going to ask the question, and maybe Matthew can answer this. What's going on exactly? Would she get a chance to speak before she's sentenced? And what is the procedure? Can anyone address that for us so we have a little bit better picture of what is actually going on right at this moment? Matthew?
Unfortunately, I don't know who is allowed to speak right now. Just that that's where it will be decided what the eventual sentence will be.
Okay.
Yeah, I think, I believe that if Zoe wanted to say something, she should be allowed. But I certainly think that her lawyers should be allowed. I don't think you just march in there and it's like, here it is. So, that's been my experience covering criminal trials, that there is that moment. But I don't know how long that moment lasts, and I don't know how extensive it is. All I know is the sentencing is happening right now. And the big question is Zoe going to walk out that front door? Or is she going to be treated in the same way that Wayne Shung was treated? As soon as the sentence happened, he was remanded, taken to jail, where he spent 38 days. And additionally, Wayne Shung, who is the co-founder of Direct Action Everywhere, was not allowed to, and here he is getting arrested, he was not allowed to speak to his alleged co-conspirators, which were basically his best friends. And so he ended up being sort of socially ostracized, not by his friends, but by the order that said he couldn't come in within certain number of yards or feet of people that he was working with in the animal rights world. Of course, that didn't stop him, and it just ended the other day, and he's back talking to all those folks. but it was very isolating for him. So this is these are the games that are played by the system to try to break up this movement. I don't think there's any doubt about that. I mean, that's my personal opinion. You keep your leader, and he is a leader. He is the leader of the open rescue movement. Okay. You keep him from basically collaborating with the people that are his fellow animal activists. That's a way to try to break down the movement. And just to put it in perspective while we're waiting, I think it's really important to see what the system does to open rescue events. Here is an open rescue event in Northern California several years ago. Look at the police turnout. This is a direct action everywhere, open rescue. You have hundreds of animal activists holding peace signs, and they have flowers, and some are singing. And look at this police response. As some of them went in there and, they openly try to rescue sick animals. But look at that response. I mean, we're dealing with a world where, I'll be honest with you, sometimes I look up at the clock and it's very late. Oh, I got to walk my dogs and it's almost midnight and I'm scared to death. I'd love to see this kind of police protection in my neighborhood for when I have to walk my dogs at night. No, that's not what I find. The police, people try to rescue suffering animals from a factory farm. That's where they go. So that's our society right there. You're looking at it. That is the system defending animal agriculture. And it would be one thing if that's the only thing they did. But if you take that and you add on the fact that law enforcement does not investigate allegations that laws that are on the books to protect animals are not being enforced, then you have a system that basically see no evil, hear no evil regarding factory farming. And that's what Zoe was standing up against. And so, she's finding her fate right this second. Let's listen to another clip. We did an entire interview with Zoe Rosenberg, a mini doc before the trial started. Let's listen.
It's been many, many years now of reporting criminal animal cruelty at a number of factory farms and facilities in Sonoma County to authorities. In particular, the company involved in my case, that company has been reported by Direct Action Everywhere investigators since 2018.
This one needs help.
Since 2018, people have over and over again reported rampant criminal misconduct, including birds being left to slowly die without access to food and water due to illnesses and disabilities that prevented them from walking to food and water. Evidence of birds being boiled alive at the slaughterhouse. And all we've really received is dismissive emails, people trying to direct us to another agency, and then that agency directing us back to the agency that directed us to them, and people just sending us in circles, and nobody actually taking us seriously. It's almost felt like they're just making a mockery of these animals who are suffering in such a severe way. And that's really why I did what I did, because in the end of the day, if the authorities won't act when animals are being criminally mistreated, what else are you supposed to do but intervene and help the animals yourself?
That was Zoe Rosenberg speaking before the trial started. Now this is the big moment as we speak. Of course, we're all sort of on pins and needles wondering the two most agonizing moments of any trial, and I've covered many, many, many criminal trials, are the verdict and the sentencing. And so it's happening right this second. We are live. Our amazing reporter, Matthew Zerbel, is outside the courthouse waiting for word. I'm looking at the X Perdue feed, which is a feed that will tell us anything extraordinary that's happening. And where is it here? Perdue, not seeing anything. Not seeing not seeing any new information. What's happening in there? It's really very, very nerve-wracking. And you're like the only person out there, Matthew. Everybody else has gone in. I mean, pretty much.
There's still, I think, about 20 to 30 people out here. We had about 150 people or a bit more outside, and there's a little bit less than 100 seats in the courtroom. So I expect a good number of people are waiting in the hallway outside, and then some out here as well.
I see some camera crews behind you, so there is mainstream media coverage here.
Yeah, I don't know which coverage. We've got some cameras that are here that are DXC's cameras. There's one person who's making a documentary following DXC, and then some people that I don't recognize with cameras who I think are part of the news.
All right. Well, if you are just joining us, it is that moment. The sentencing is happening for Zoe Rosenberg as we speak inside that courtroom. Any second now, we are going to find out what the sentencing for Zoe Rosenberg is. We are live at court. And by the way, UnchainedTV requested to be the pool camera, and we wrote to the judge and said, we'd like to be inside, and we'd like to have cameras in the courtroom, and we'd like to bring this trial to the world, but we were turned down. So we're doing the next best thing. We're right outside court, and we're waiting on pins and needles, and we'll just go over very briefly. She was convicted after a very long trial. Imagine how much it cost taxpayers. We covered it live, 27 days. Yet the jury came back in 3.5 hours approximately. She was charged with 1 felony conspiracy to commit misdemeanors. And this is kind of like a strategy now the prosecution is using to kind of be able to charge somebody with a felony without having to get into theft. Because once you get into theft, and this happened with the open rescue trial of Baywatch actress Alexandra Paul, she was acquitted, but she was charged with theft. And here she is doing her rescue. You see the taller of the two is Baywatch actress Alexandra Paul with Alicia Santurio, her co-defendant. They did this open rescue you're looking at, and she and Alicia were both found not guilty, but they were charged with theft. And that allows the defense to bring in the condition of the property taken. And because you can bring in the condition of the property, then you can talk about the condition of the animals. And that could very well be one of the reasons why she was found not guilty. And she testified. Alexandra Paul, the Baywatch actress, and explained to the jury what open rescue is. And by the way, Matthew, I'm just letting you know, when these other speakers start, if you could get a little bit closer, you did a great job, brilliant job, but we want to see their faces just a little closer. So when you go live, just go up a little closer to them. But let's listen to Alexandra Paul, the Baywatch actress who was put on trial, explain open rescue.
We also choose these animals because they tell best the story of what's going on behind these closed doors. And we document it and we share it with the world because nobody else is showing people what's going on. The only reason people know what's going on behind these closed doors is because of animal investigators.
All right, we're waiting to find out the sentence. It's now in 1 minute, going to be 2 p.m. I don't know about you, but it is nerve-wracking. You've been listening to this for quite a while, Ellen, and with Animal Alliance Network, you've covered many vigils where we bear witness to animals going into the slaughterhouse to be killed. Can this trial, do you think, wake people up to when they're eating a sandwich that has a chicken in there, that they're eating an animal who had a mother, an animal who had eyes and who had feelings? And, you know, the disconnect in the culture is huge. And, you know, consumers bear responsibility as well. Yes, she's being prosecuted, but none of this would be happening if people weren't lined up outside these chicken joints every night eating chickens. Chickens are the most consumed animal in terms of animals that are eaten. I've even had people say to me, well, I'm a vegetarian, I just eat chicken, as if chickens are not even animals. So if you look at the number of animals killed, you can see here 75 billion, 208 million, 676,000 killed, 75 billion chickens, and it's gone up since then. Essentially, this is the heart of animal agriculture, the consumption of chicken.
Yeah, and I think it all comes down to cognitive dissonance. People are not connected to the pieces of these animals when they end up on their plate. But let's say they go to a sanctuary and they meet the chickens and they get to know their personalities, just as Zoe has, you know, with many chickens in her Happy Hen sanctuary. So, you know, if they were able to see that and actually connect with those other animals, then there would be a much better chance that they realize that, you know, it's not something but someone that lost their life. That 75 billion number is, you know, so huge to wrap your head around, because each one of those numbers is a life that was taken in order for people to consume or waste them. Like, there's an incredible amount of waste as well. It's just, you know, a completely sickening system. It's unsustainable. It's, you know, it's cruel. The cruelty is just, you know, unfathomable. So I don't know if this, you know, trial will be able to bring that forward, but the media around it, people seeing Unchained TV, people seeing the footage that Direct Action Everywhere has gotten, you know, from the farm and from that truck, from that little pallet of, you know, I don't know how many chickens are in that pallet, but I personally cannot imagine being kept in such a way. And I know that chickens, you know, there's no regulation for this. There's no regulation for whether or not they get water, whether they get out of there, how many hours that they are transported on these trucks. No regulation for chickens. Some other farmed animals, yes, but not for birds, not for chickens. And so, you know, people need to realize that, and they need to be outraged. They need to see this footage, and there should be public outcry against this treatment of other animals. And people need to realize that these are the chickens that they so nonchalantly are consuming.
Yes. And, you know, while we have overwhelming support, we do have some people who are not seeing this in the serious way that we're seeing it. Here's somebody joking, getting a Chick-fil-A sandwich on the way home to celebrate her sentence. There is a certain hardness, callousness to society in general about this issue. People who laugh at the idea that we would care for chickens. And, you know, people have laughed that we would care for any number of other sentient beings, including humans. We have, prior to the suffragette movement, people would laugh if a woman would expect to be able to walk out of her house alone, you know, who essentially living without the right to vote. Women only got universal suffrage in 1920. So as somebody said, I think it was Maverick, you know, the arc of history is long, but it bends toward justice. But I think the hardest battle is to fight for species not our own. You know, as we are fighting for feminism, for civil rights for people of all backgrounds, for religious freedom, for freedom of speech, for all of these freedoms, freedom to choose whoever you want to marry, you know, all of these freedoms, they are all about human freedom. The animal rights movement is the first movement that is fighting for freedom for a species not our own. And that's what makes it even a harder mountain to climb, Paige Parsons Roach of Animal Alliance Network. And plant-based animal saving movement.
I guess what I'm feeling right now, I just dove into during the break, you know, times in between a little on the website of Perdue, because I feel like what they're saying, I mean, what opens up right when you go onto the website is literally a letter about how we're going to protect you consumers against these animal rights activists who are doing extreme actions against us and your food. That's exactly what it says when you open it up on their website. And then
and we invite them on anytime.
Come on, let's go.
We would love to have them on to dialogue.
Yeah, I think the thing that I was really feeling down in my heart and it was making me just boil up is there's only so much that as a human being that we can compartmentalize and make sense of. And so right now, I guess what I'm just focusing in on is, as a mom, Zoe's health is my concern. And then also this part about the justice for the chickens or the humans that I remember paying extra for these chickens that I thought I was getting. Now, I also was thinking about the time that I ordered a fish and the head, it came as a full fish with the head and the eyes and the whole thing. And I'm like, oh my God, take that away. I don't want to see that. And I guess what is so about where we're at in human society is that what this trial shows me is that we're going to fight. There is a battle against a culture and an agricultural mindset that animals are food, and we're going to fight against those who are wanting to show the truth and hold those companies that are providing quote unquote protein against folks like us who are trying to show the truth so that people can make informed decisions. Like, I did not know. And then once I knew, I was like, oh my God, I'm not going to support that anymore. Because let me say something else, Jane, because it's also human rights, because the folks in the factory farms are struggling. We've talked to, Animal Safe Movement has talked to again and again, workers who have been under so much stress, they don't last long, or they're depressed. They're alcoholics, they're drug abusers, because they can't deal with the fact that they're doing this day in and day out. And many times they're brought in under the onus of, oh, you're going to be doing some kind of processing of animals. They don't know they're going to be the ones slaughtering. So it's a human rights issue as well that I chose, and many of us have chosen not to participate in that any longer, not only for the animals, but also for humans that are in these conditions. So I guess this is just a big part of it. And then this is not for me about convincing people to go vegan. It's not for me, because I want to show people the truth. And if they,
by the way, you mentioned protein. I just had to go to a checkup. I am obnoxiously healthy. There's no protein deficiency. Okay. Hello, people. That is a myth. When's the last time you went to the doctor and they said you're suffering from a protein deficiency? We all eat more than enough protein. Okay. I want to go back to what Zoe said this morning before sentencing. She's in there right now finding her fate. Let's listen to what she said.
It's the morning of my sentencing hearing. In a few hours, I will be heading to the courthouse where I may lose my freedom for giving 4 sick, abused chickens theirs. It's incredibly odd to think that, right now I'm sitting by the creek in Berkeley, and in a few hours I might be in a jail cell. It's a wild world that we are living in, but I want you all to know that throughout all of this, not for a moment have I lost hope, and I don't want any of you to lose hope either. I fully 100% believe that what we are fighting for these animals, for justice, is worthwhile, and that it will pay off, and that there will come a day where no more animals are suffering in filthy, crowded sheds. No more animals are living in cages. No more animals are having their bodies manipulated and mutilated. We will live in a world where every animal is safe and happy and free, and it is going to be a long fight. It is going to be a hard fight, but I have so much hope. No matter what happens today, I have so much hope that that world will happen. So please, no matter what, just don't give up, because we have to keep going. The animals need us. They need us so much.
And And the breaking news is that her sentencing is happening right now inside court. We are all standing by, waiting any second now. I would have thought they would have come out already. We'll find out what's happening in there. It's truly, I believe, an historic moment. She is ill. She has lifelong type 1 diabetes, and also she was wearing a tube. Here's an example of, well, I think she could definitely argue that the jury did not get the full picture because she was not allowed, her attorneys were not allowed to tell the jurors what her illness was. So they see this tube, they're not even, correct me if I'm wrong, Matthew, but my understanding is that they were not allowed to explain, oh, she's got this lifelong illness. I think for fear that the jurors might feel sorry for her.
Yep, that's right. And I think that there's an argument to be made for that potentially being the correct ruling. But yeah, our jurors, our lawyers did attempt actually to just bring it up, just to clear it out of the way so that the jury wouldn't be wondering. And the judge also shut that line down.
And, there's a lot of things that the defense wanted to show to give a real picture of why Zoe did what she did. We've all seen that image of her removing the chickens, which I've played quite a few times now. But she was also motivated by, remember, she took the chickens out of a truck that was in a slaughterhouse. But there was also a lot of footage that Direct Action Everywhere got from the facilities that supply that slaughterhouse that they say show extreme animal cruelty. Now, again, Perdue denies this, saying that they follow all the laws and calling DXC extremists. And we invite them on any time. But while we're waiting, this is the footage that Direct Action Everywhere has released to the public, saying that Petaluma Poultry, which is owned by Perdue, that they see animals that are struggling to stand and walk, cannot reach food. This is videotape that Direct Action Everywhere released to the media. And my understanding, Matthew, is that the jurors did not see this footage. They did not see any footage of the facilities that supply the slaughterhouse. Is that your understanding?
Yeah, that's right. They didn't see any footage except just the clips from the security camera inside and the hidden camera footage from the slaughterhouse. But there was just a small bit of talking about investigations at other facilities and no footage from any of the other facilities.
So, I mean, there you go. Ellen Dent, the jurors are getting a very limited picture. And I'm not a lawyer myself, but I'm wondering if that could be the basis for an appeal as well. What do you think, Ellen?
Absolutely. I mean, the jury wasn't given the full picture. They weren't given, the full picture of her health or what is happening to these other animals, according to the footage, actual evidence that DXE has taken. And like I said earlier, Perdue is not denying that that's their footage to my knowledge. So, I mean, you can see it right there. You can see this chicken is suffering. They're on their back. They're missing several feathers. Zoe's picking them up, assessing, their condition. So it's very apparent that what they're saying is not aligning with the footage, the evidence that DXC has compiled.
So there you go. We are live at the courthouse. Matthew has done a great job all day long, keeping us up to date. And, I was a reporter for many years. It's not that easy to stand there for 2 hours like a statue waiting. So we appreciate you being out there, Matthew, on this very crucial day. We've covered this. No, that's tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, we're covering the trial of 20 activists who rescued beagles from a breeding facility that breeds beagles for laboratory experimentation. And they're facing a decade behind bars. So, you know, what we have is a situation, and we're going to be live at 9 a.m. Pacific tomorrow on that trial because that's 5 p.m. in London. But we're facing a situation where in some of the biggest municipalities, cities, states in the world, human beings are rising up and saying there's something wrong here with how we treat animals. And so many people love their dogs. And we even, you know, cast aspersions, as we should, on when other cultures do things like the dog meat trade. But, and here's a picture of that. Horrible, right? People are outraged. But then, wait, our culture is sending beagles to be killed, tortured and killed in vivisection that's not even reliable. 90% of drugs that work in dogs don't work in humans, and vice versa. So we are really in a situation where the entire world is split. There's a small group of us that are saying, hey, what's happening with animals, whether it's animals in factory farms, animals in vivisection laboratories, animals in being held, wild horses being held in holding pens. 73,000, up to 73,000 wild horses are being held in holding pens by the U.S. government, paid for by our taxpayers. And that's more that are in the wild. And they still are using helicopters to round them up. I mean, there is something really, really, really wildly wrong with our society. And, you know, Matthew, I know he's saying that the phone he's using, the person who has the phone, well, has she come out? Has Tiffany come out?
No, she's still inside now, but I believe she needs to head out within the next 15 or so minutes.
Okay. Well, is there anybody else there with a phone that we can text to? Like, how about Maverick? Is he outside or inside? Because I know your phone doesn't work for speeches for a very specific reason. Maybe there's maybe there's somebody else who has a phone.
I'll go look for a phone. Be back soon.
Yeah. Go look for a phone, and then you can text the link to that phone. Okay. But do it quickly, because I have a feeling, knowing how things work, the second you turn off your camera, that's when the sentencing is going to happen. So just look for somebody right now. Keep it on. Don't go off. Keep it on while you're waiting, and just go up to people. Just leave it there. And I don't think anybody's going to steal it. We're alive. Just see if you can find somebody else. But this is how it is, folks. Go ahead.
I just wanted to bring up a current film, and it's actually a musical. It was actually a book called Wicked that became a musical that is now a sensational movie that's out. That I remember seeing it in London on the theater route, and before I was vegan, I saw it in Hollywood. But then years later, just recently, 2 years ago, I walked out of there going, "This is an animal rights play. This is an animal rights book. This is amazing." And many people are pointing to that now in the film. And in fact, several of the actors have since gone vegan, plant-based out of the storyline of the movie and the book and the musical about shutting down the voices of animals and caging them. So there's something to be said about now. There's a possible mindset of opening by this particular film. I don't know if anybody else has seen the Wicked film or Enterprise or read the book, but
I saw the first one. I haven't seen the second one. I'm waiting for it to come in. Maybe it's in the TV already, but I'm waiting for it to come to the TV. Yes, the first one was amazing. I'm wondering, I'm starting to wonder now what's going on in there okay, here's a couple of ideas that I have. Is it possible that the judge is giving a very lenient sentence and the prosecution's going crazy and saying, Your Honor, we feel that she should get jail time? Okay, there's that. Let me just say this. This trial went on a very long time, okay? We covered it live 27 days in a row over the course of like 2 or 3 months. I mean, the verdict came down October 29th, and we were in September covering this. So one thing I know from covering other criminal trials, that was my job for years as a crime reporter, is that the longer the people involved in the case are exposed to the defendant, there's a bond that forms. Okay, there's a bond that forms because they're a human being and they're sitting there every day and the judge is sitting there every day. And, you know, the judge knows that this woman is sick, that Zoe has got a lifelong illness, type 1 diabetes, which may be why she has compassion for sick animals too. You know, she can relate to the struggling animal the way somebody else might not be able to relate. And so there could be fireworks in there going on right now because we know this is a politically charged case. We know that the district attorney of this county was sitting there in the courtroom during key testimony. Now, how crazy is that? This is about 4 chickens that were taken. Okay? And if they were healthy, they would be worth a combined $26 or $24, but they weren't healthy. So the defense argued that they're zero value. So how can you steal something that has zero value? That could be one of the reasons why she wasn't charged with theft. But the other reason that observers say is that if you charge somebody with conspiracy, it's easier to convict them. Okay. So conspiracy is kind of like that charge that you use when you need to figure out how to lock somebody up and you can't just charge them straight out with what they did. Okay. What conspiracy? And there's a little Aria joining us. Vegan from birth. Looks pretty healthy to me. So something's going on there. Something's going on inside that. That's the courthouse. They went in about an hour and 20 minutes ago. Why is this sentencing taking so long? What is happening in there? I keep looking at the X feed to see if there's anything Sonoma rescue trial, or do we know what's happening? You just heard that there are people who have their plane set to leave, and they thought it would be over by now. So it's still going on. It's a big question mark. We are obviously live there at the courthouse, to the point where our reporter is looking for another camera because the person who supplied this camera is leaving. This is going on a bizarrely long period of time. And to me, that means that it wasn't just like, okay, here's bloop, bloop, bloop. Now, it could be, and, you know, I personally hope that's not the case, that there could be discussions about her conditions, if she's sentenced because of her illness, what guarantees does she have that her feeding tubes and all the other things that she needs. The prosecution said, oh, don't worry about that. We'll make sure she has like access to her physician. But I mean, look, I can tell you, what were you going to say? What were you going to say, Lindsay?
I was just going to say that I've been through a medical situation myself, and I have 2 kinds of insurance, and I'm going to these doctors and I have to pay $1,000 for my medication. So why would somebody that's in jail have good medical care when our whole medical system is up? It's crazy right now. It's insane. And the fact that she's not going to be in a place where she's getting the best of care, she's going to be in jail. I mean, we know that
she might have gotten probation. Let's not jump the gun.
We hope, but I'm saying that worst case scenario, that's not a very secure place to be when you're sick. That's probably one of the worst places to be, you know, for many, many reasons.
Look, I can tell you.
How could they ensure? How could the prosecution say that they can ensure that she's going to get her health care? That's absolutely untrue.
Not only that, but I could tell you that the vegan food is not supplied graciously or in any kind of abundance behind bars. Let's not underestimate how horribly impactful being processed to go to jail is, even if you just have a few months. As a reporter, I was assigned to this ridiculous story. They had me arrested and they processed me and they booked me and they put me behind bars. And that was like a half a day experience. But the premise of the story was that I was going to be stopped and arrested, and I was. And guess what? There's pictures of me all over the internet in an orange jumpsuit with no explanation that this was just for a story. But I can tell you that they do a search, a very personal search. You've got to, it's dehumanizing. It's a completely dehumanizing experience. And when they finally marched me into this cell with no windows and threw me in there and locked and walked away, even though it was just for half a day as part of this story I did, I felt it. I felt it.
Yeah.
To this day, when I think back on that, the horror of being locked up in a windowless room and having somebody just walk away and leave me there. We can't take this lightly. Go ahead, Paige.
I saw Matthew. I was getting excited. I saw people coming out of the courtroom. I thought, but
no news. Sorry.
Yes. Okay.
He's still looking for another phone.
I know,
so we
it's
can
been
get
so long, this deliberation, Jane. I can only hope that this is good news, Jane. I appreciate what you said about the possibility of discussing, I don't know, or it could be, I feel like the fight back is what's happening in there. But there's a new person standing there, so let's go to that. Is that Carla?
Oh, who is it? Carla? Tell us what's going on. What's going on? What do you know?
Go ahead. I don't know any. I just stopped by to give Matthew my phone so he can continue to do this.
You're a
I've
hero.
been waiting kind of far away because I don't know what's going to happen if she's going to come out here. There's still a no contact order. We didn't have any kind of distance that I have to stay away from her. So I thought I could just stop by for a moment and then wait to see what the sentence is and if there's still a no contact order or how far I have to be away. If she is remanded into custody, then I think I would be able to be here and speak. So that's what I just came by to give my phone.
Amazing animal rights activist Carla Cabral, who has done so many amazing actions over the years, truly an animal rights hero, and of course, very generously giving her phone so that we can continue our coverage. And obviously, we're just borrowing it. We'll give it back, but we don't want to get you in trouble, Carla. So, just the last thing we want to do is get anybody in trouble here. And Matthew has entered the stage. Okay. Wow.
Yeah, I don't think I'll get in any trouble. I'll be happy to answer any questions. Depending on how this goes, let you know what it was like to be on the stand and what the jury was allowed to hear, what I said, what they said. I don't know. I don't want to stay too long just because I would love to have Zoe walk right through those doors and I don't want to get anybody in trouble. So I love you guys. Thank you for this coverage. Unchained TV is so important for this trial, for all the trials happening, for all of animal rights. Everybody should get Unchained TV and stay educated. And I love you and I'll talk to you guys soon.
Thank you, Carla. We love you too. Thank you so much. Carla Cabral, a really, really one of the top activists. And you see there that what is going on is that essentially the government is keeping animal rights activists from having any contact with each other. And it's an attempt to break down direct action everywhere, which has been, as you've heard, written up in the New York Times, written up in all these places. And he's back better than ever. We're going to do a little voice test. How are you doing, Matthew?
Doing good. Audio working well?
Excellent. And then when whatever happens, get right in there and get those faces and that audio. You try to want to be near the loudspeaker, but also get as close as you can so we can see the faces. And you're doing an incredible job. You know, we want to just applaud you. It's not easy to do what you're doing. You're making it look easy. Go ahead.
I just want to remind everybody that the numbers are going up, people that are viewing. The numbers keep going up. More and more people are watching. You guys have the ability to get this story out there to as many people as possible.
Share out.
For everyone that's watching and saying this is so unfair, just start clicking and sharing out with everyone you know. This is going to have a tremendous effect.
Oh,
so please
okay. What happened? Tiffany, what? Unmute and tell us what happened. Unmute. Oh, Lord, she's trying to unmute it. Unmute it. Get him to unmute it. He knows how to unmute it.
Is it muted? All right.
Wait.
Okay, sorry. We're still waiting.
What happened?
We're still waiting. They're still in there.
What happened? Though, tell us. Paint a picture. Something had to happen.
Yeah, there's only enough room for 100 people. So both sides are still speaking. I actually didn't get in. Sorry. There's a ton of people out in the hall. There's around 200 supporters here. So it's an excellent turnout. So everyone's just still waiting. We can see in a little part of the door and we can see they're still talking, but no one's come out.
So obviously then the prosecution gets to speak and the defense gets to speak. So did you see like prosecutors speaking, and did Zoe get to speak to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge. One of the bailiffs did say.
What? What did the bailiff say?
He said.
What? Can you speak?
Not to my knowledge. The bailiff said there's a lot of talking going on and it's going to be a while longer.
Wow.
That's what the bailiff said. I could never imagine that it would take this long.
Wow. Well, I know you have to get on a flight.
I got to get on the flight. So
you did a great job.
Thank you, everyone.
For your help. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that's Tiffany Brunelli. She is an Unchained TV volunteer, a former law enforcement investigator. Now, this shows you got Paige Parsons Roach here. She's a soccer mom, mother of 2 kids. Tiffany Brunelli, former law enforcement investigator, saw a video of how animals were being treated. And now she's an activist. Ellen Dent, a mother of a young child. All of these are average Americans. In other words, the picture they try to paint of activists, Ellen Dent, is like somehow activists are like on the fringe of society. They try to paint a scary picture. What is your reaction to that as the mother of a 7-year-old?
Yeah, I'm like, do we look like agro terrorists, quote unquote? I think that's a terminology that they use for us. Does Zoe, is that an agro terrorist? Absolutely not. We're absolutely not terrorists. We are normal people who care. We are just people that have found the compassion in our hearts and want to make sure that everybody else knows what we have found, what we have found to be the truth, that other animals are just as sentient as we are, and that they deserve the right to live and be free. Yeah, somebody put it up there, agro-terrorists. That is what they called us. People that, want nothing more than to cause the least amount of harm possible. And to help save other animals.
Troll. We have a troll, and he's saying you are definitely not normal. Well, you know what? I take that as a badge of honor. If normal is, torturing animals and eating animals, then I don't want to be normal, right? I mean, if that's normal, I haven't eaten animals. Well, I've been vegan 30 years. Prior to that, I was vegetarian. Prior to that, I was pescatarian. So I didn't grow up eating animals. And guess what? I'm always accused of having too much energy. I'm always accused of being like overly energetic because I have a lot of energy. And I think it holds true to a lot of the folks who are living a plant-based lifestyle. And let me say one other thing while we're waiting. This idea that the powers that be are defending tradition. Factory farming is a very recent vintage, okay? There were no factory farms even 200 years ago. The rise of fast food and the rise of industrialized concentrated animal feeding operations, okay? That's what happened here, where people are eating meat and dairy for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That was not the tradition throughout the course of human history, except for kings. Everybody else was living a primarily plant-based diet. Animals were a garnish, okay, something for a special occasion, and in small quantities because they couldn't afford it and they didn't have factory farming. They weren't churning out 80 billion, 90 billion animals every year. This is a very new phenomenon. So I feel we are defending tradition. And, you know, there's a whole movement to make America healthy again. Well, if we ate fruits, vegetables, nuts, grains, and legumes, that would be a very, very practical, straightforward way to make America healthy again. So,
not to mention feed all the people that are starving in the world because the grain is being given to animals. They're eating it. And then just a small, like 18% of the world population is benefiting from the food source. And they're saying that we're threatening the food source and they have to put military guards outside with 200 activists holding flowers to defend the food source. Such BS. Total BS.
Exactly. So, you know, we're in a culture war. And as far as we're concerned, we are on the right side of history and just on the right side of basic common sense. Eating animals for breakfast, lunch, and dinner is completely self-destructive. We have 2/3 of Americans overweight or obese. We have heart disease, a leading killer. That comes from your arteries getting clogged with plaque, which is from cholesterol, which only exists in animal products. You will never find cholesterol listed in any vegan plant-based product because animals don't produce cholesterol. I mean, because plants don't produce cholesterol, animals produce cholesterol. So then there's the climate change issue. Animal agriculture is a leading cause of climate change. You know, the New York Times did a story on an Oxford University study that showed that heavy meat eaters can reduce their greenhouse gas emissions footprint by 75% by switching to a plant-based diet. Do you think the media covered that? It was in the New York Times, an Oxford University study. Nobody picked it up. But they'll do what I call catastrophe porn all day long. Your houses are going up in flames, floods destroying neighborhoods, people being swept away. That's good for ratings. I was in the news business. I know how it goes. I was there. Okay. And one of the reasons I do Unchained TV and I started this streaming network is that they will not cover this in a fair way. You know, even people have to get arrested and risk going to prison for years to get the whole issue of what's happening to animals behind these closed factory farm doors in the news. But it still doesn't get covered with any fairness. The New York Times story on Zoe Rosenberg trial was extremely unfair. I don't know if you read it, but it was basically all these lovely people who are trying to do humane farming getting put through the ringer by these activists. That was the basic outline of the story. Okay. You know, we're dealing with, and I'll tell you this, the mainstream media they're pack animals. And I hope that's not speciesist to say that, but they operate in packs. And right now, with the meat industry declaring war on veganism and spending millions, many millions of dollars to try to characterize plant-based products as highly processed, ultra-processed. You know what's ultra-processed? Processed meat. And processed meat is officially cancer-causing, according to the World Health Organization. But you will not see that in news articles. They don't cover it. And that's why we've started something called Veg Media Watch, which is calling out hit pieces by media that are attempting to wipe out the vegan movement. There is a war on veganism. Okay, because Beyond Meat stock came out in 2019. It was the most successful initial public offering of many years. And the meat industry realized, oh my God, these people are going to realize they don't have to eat animals. They could just eat a veggie burger. And when you put the ketchup and everything else on it, it tastes exactly the same. And we're going to be out of business. Let's declare war and call it ultra processed. Never mentioning that processed meat is officially a level 1 carcinogen. There's a media war and there's a government war. There's a war on this sensible diet lifestyle that simply says we do not need to torture and kill animals to survive. We can thrive very well without doing that. It's a very simple concept, and it shouldn't be that hard to convince people. But people are brainwashed. They're conditioned. Do you see any commercials on television for apples or broccoli or carrots? No. What do you see commercials for? Fast food and pharmaceuticals. You're nodding your head. What do you think, Paige?
We are at a turning point. I will say that. When I went vegan 10 years ago, I remember leaving my house and being confronted with the barrage of messaging on billboards and bus stops for sexy, juicy animals cut up into body parts. And, eat me because you'll look hot and sexy and thin and healthy. And I remember thinking, oh my God, this is nuts. Because once you raise the veil, you see the brainwashing that has been just prevalent around the world. This is around the world. This is not just a United States problem. What we're dealing with right now is a United States problem, an American problem, a protein push, animals being seen as food. A couple people in here on the comments, I want to say a couple things. One, somebody was asking why I brought up Wicked. Wicked, if you look at it, is an animal rights film about animals' voices being taken away and being caged in a different city in the Wizard of Oz. Just check it out. Look at the commentary about it being animal rights. There's a connection there. The second thing I want to say is somebody was making a comment of, oh, these people probably don't have anything to do. Look at them sitting here waiting for the verdict. We got plenty to do. We're all very busy. We all have full lives. We have full careers. And trust me, I can be doing a million things right now, and this is an historical moment in time. This woman is 23 years old. She has a life-threatening disease. She's been put on trial for rescuing animals who were sick and dying. Okay, you can say, well, they were going to die anyway to become my chicken sandwich. But let me ask you something. Are you buying animals without their feathers and their bloods and guts and gross? We saw footage of this. Are you buying those animals? Do you really is that what you're buying? No, you're buying the lies that these animals, you go on to the websites of these companies and they're showing, well, I guess apparently these photographs that were shown in these pamphlets that were handed out in the area by which this trial is happening weren't even photos taken at that facility. So there you go. So just raise the veil, take a look. Those of you that are out there, you might think I'm crazy. I'm not certified crazy. Let me tell you something. I've been shown the truth and I've looked even further. This is an opportunity for those of you that are watching, that are living there clickbaiting and writing whatever you're writing, to take a little harder look at what you're consuming. Okay, who you're consuming. And I invite you to make a different choice, because we have just the amount of impact of animal agriculture on our environment is enough to make change right now. Okay?
And we got a question. Did she get sentenced yet? I'm desperate to know if she got sentenced. We're all desperate to know. We heard that somebody just came out of court and said, I got to get my plane back to LA. And one of our volunteers, she said, there's a lot of talking. The courtroom is packed to overflowing. People are outside the court. They can just look in. There's argument going back and forth. So to me, it's like a closing argument all over again, with the prosecution wanting 6 months behind bars and the defense obviously wanting probation. And I'm shocked, because even with really big cases, And I've covered some big celebrity cases. The sentencing hasn't taken this long. So it's really interesting. How many people, what are your thoughts while you're waiting there, Matthew? I mean, you're standing there, you're doing a great job, but what do you think's going on?
Yeah, my guess is that there's arguments from both sides' lawyers saying we think it's, this severe or not this severe, and arguing to the judge about what that means for Zoe's likelihood to commit any further offenses. And it's going to be very interesting. I'm thinking especially what's going on in the mind of our judge to know. I think broadly, the judge, we've been much happier than a couple other previous cases. He seems to be taking all of our arguments under fair consideration, even for big questions that we don't think that he settled on correctly. He would take a few days and say, I'm going to come back, I'm going to read all of the extensive writings you've submitted, and I will consider it. And so it's going to be really interesting. This is the first time we really get to see the strongest discretion that he has in operating the case. Most other cases, he's kind of bound to what he thinks might be, the most strictly lawful thing. And it's quite possible that bias has slipped in there as well. But this is, I think, the biggest moment where we really get to see what he thinks of the case of Zoe. And I don't know how it could turn out. It's very uncertain, and that's uncomfortable for sure.
Yes, well, I think you expressed it very well. And yes, the judge did seem fair. As somebody who's very wise, much wiser than myself, said, it's not people who are evil, it's the system that's evil. And so if everybody's playing their part, all the world's a stage, as Shakespeare said, and we all play our little parts. So a judge could be very, very biased, or the judge could be fair. This judge, Kenneth Noss, spelled Gnoss, seems to be very fair. And they say people are asking, is this going to take days? No, it's not going to take days. It's probably going to take a few more minutes. And we're just waiting on pins and needles to find out what the answer is. Part of it, one of the reasons I think that the sentencing is so complicated is Zoe's health. Zoe is sick. Here's her during the trial explaining her illness.
I'm just setting up my tube feeds for the day. I'm expecting that the prosecution will pretty much spend the entire court session continuing to cross me. I think they'll keep me on the stand pretty much as long as they can. I'm just gonna get this set up in my backpack and then head to the pharmacy to pick up a prescription that hopefully is ready. I'm having a bad gastroparesis and autonomic neuropathy flare-up, in part because of a high blood sugar, but also in part because I was having a really hard time getting a hold of a medication that I'm on, and I was off of it for almost a week, and I only just got it again this evening.
And that's how much she's suffering in the free world, right? Able to go to the pharmacy. If they don't have that medication for her behind bars and there's a delay, and we all know that, our criminal justice system has a lot of flaws, it could be life or death. And I personally feel that that's probably one of the reasons why, Lindsay Baker, this is taking the length of time it is, because, she and her attorneys are making a strong argument that, hey, even if you sentence me to 30 days, if I don't get that medication, if I don't get that tube, this could kill me.
I mean, it'd be easy. I know I'm playing the devil's advocate, but it'd be pretty easy to say the medication isn't available, or, oh, gee, if they can't get it to her, there's some reason that they couldn't get it to her. That is perfectly okay, according to, the law, but because she's a prisoner. But we don't know that. I like to, I can argue both sides of it, like, oh, I guess the prosecution is, maybe the judge has already leaned towards more leniency, so the prosecution is coming up with all these arguments, or it could be the other way around, where the judge is leaning towards a more strict decision and, a more harder decision against Chloe, and the defense is trying to argue the case. So it could go either way. And I mean, it's just insane. But the mere fact that more and more people are coming on and watching, this is certainly a case that the public is curious about. And I think that in one way, at least we know that Zoe has a victory. And that's because the word is getting out there and we're seeing that people care. 200 people showed up. Many of them had to get right back on a plane to go home to go to work, to sustain their life. So we see that people are taking this very seriously. And I think the prosecution was hoping that it would be kind of a joke, that we're a joke, vegans are a joke, this case is ridiculous, this person is committing a crime, it's cut and dry. But that's not the case. And I think that's a positive thing. I think it's going to turn out. I pray.
So how will we know the verdict? We're going to tell you any second when, and it's not a verdict, it's a sentencing, but in a way it's a decision. They're in there now. How will we know what happened? We're going to tell you. We've got Matthew Zerbel, our reporter, right at the scene. And, she can get in prison and have animal products. Well, she won't eat animal products. She would starve before she would eat animal products, she has said. And I believe that that's how she feels about it. And also there's a law in California that says that people who eat a vegan diet have to be offered vegan options, substantial vegan options in hospitals and institutions such as prisons. So there you go. Right to rescue is not a crime. That is essentially the heart of this case. She took these chickens, she rescued them. They are doing well now. And she videotaped herself and put this video out. So that's part of open rescue, is that, people who commit crimes generally do not distribute the video of them doing the action that is the alleged crime. In open rescue, it's the opposite. They not only videotape themselves, but they distribute it globally, because the whole point is to show the conditions inside these facilities. And, we called, Unchained TV issued a call in the wake of this case for cameras in all slaughterhouses and factory farms in California, broadcast to the public. And we actually had a state senator who expressed some interest in it. It could be a proposition that the voters could vote on, and then everybody would see what's going on, because we've got two diametrically oppositional explanations of what's happening. So you've got Perdue saying they have a very high standard on animal welfare. They have, you can go to corporate.purduefarms.com/responsibility/animal-care. And they have a whole bunch of writing about what they do. And then you have direct action everywhere saying, no, we've gone into your facilities and we found animals in terrible suffering. This is footage that direct action everywhere collected at Perdue-owned facilities. They own Petaluma Poultry, and they say that, and they're showing you animals that are having trouble walking, having trouble reaching the water dish, are on their backs, can't turn around, are splayed. And part of the problem, according to people in general of the chicken industry, is that chickens are being bred to be larger than their normal size and that their legs can give out from under them. Again, we invite Petaluma and Perdue on anytime. There's also been a lot of demonstrations at Trader Joe's because they reportedly sell the chickens that come from this pipeline, the Perdue pipeline. So again, this is footage released by Direct Action Everywhere, of which the defendant, Zoe Rosenberg, is a leading member. And the jury may have seen I'm not sure if the jury saw a snippet of this, the kill line, where Zoe made a case that, see that animal flipping, that some of them miss the stunning and that they're alive as they head toward boiling water, something that Perdue disputes. But there is Zoe herself rescuing a chicken on its back at this factory farm. So the jury did not get to see the factory farm footage. Essentially, what they saw was mostly just Zoe Rosenberg taking the chickens. Again, the trial went on for months, and the jury came back in 3.5 hours and convicted her. So now we're learning her fate. The sentencing is happening as we speak. And this is an historic trial because Zoe is asserting that she did not do anything wrong, that she rescued animals in distress, and that had this been dogs, for example, she would be hailed as a hero or a human child, certainly. And what she and activists are saying is even how they're delivered to the slaughterhouse is cruel. And, you know, again, sometimes cruelty can be in the eye of the beholder, but certainly they are packed in there. Look at that, packed into that crate. Very interesting. And by the way, we invite Perdue on, but one of their mantras is that they are caged at crate free. And yet you see that the animals are being taken from a crate. So that's interesting. So let me ask you, Matthew, any of the people waiting outside, do we have any thoughts from them? Would any of them like to comment and talk about what they're going through right now as we wait for, it's now been, almost 2 hours that they've been in there. This is extraordinary for a sentencing hearing. It generally does not go on this long. So I don't know if you want to ask anybody if they'd like to comment, or if you have any thoughts yourself about what we've been talking about.
Yeah, I can look for people. I guess I have one more thought, which is, you know, at the end of Wayne's trial, Zoe herself gave a speech at his sentencing that was talking about, you know, this and other actions. And I believe that was where she was first arrested for this. And so it's going to be very interesting to see whether that's an intentional strategy, that they're trying to always have some prosecution going on. They might try and find somebody to arrest for it, or they may not. But it's interesting to wonder why, you know, and wonder whether that will happen. I'll go look for other people to give their own thoughts.
Well, you know, you're making a very good point. This arrest was happening when one of her associates had just been sentenced in a very similar situation to what is happening today. So Wayne Shung, who is the leader of the open rescue movement, I mean, he kind of is one of the people who really brought it to the public's attention. He was sentenced. And on that very day, there's Zoe getting arrested. So what Matthew's wondering is, could they want to keep a prosecution going and find somebody today as Zoe Rosenberg is getting sentenced to arrest so that there's always a prosecution going in Sonoma County? What are your thoughts about that, Paige Parsons-Roach?
Well, I got to say, when I went onto the website for Perdue, and again, we invite Perdue on at any time, one of the first things you see is literally a statement that says, and this is the exact words, you go on corporate.perdue.farms, and it basically says, we will keep you safe. We are taking legal action to protect associates' safety and privacy and curb aggressive, unlawful harassment from animal rights extreme groups. So to me, we are fighting against a ginormous money-making conglomeracy, the food system that exists now, that is the overriding system of not plants. It's animals used for food. The dairy industry, this particular area is huge dairy farms up and down the coast on the 5 freeway. I just drove this. And so, yeah, what do I want to say about this is that we are fighting against, we are the you know, when you look at Davy Goliath, you know, story, we are in that where we're fighting up against a ginormous corporate entity, corporations that are fighting for their lives as people are turning more to plants for fiber and health. So, and because of climate crisis.
And I want to say a couple of things. What they might be referring to there likely is that Perdue has civil lawsuits against Direct Action Everywhere, as does Trader Joe's. Trader Joe's has sued Direct Action Everywhere. So, hey, I see Maverick. Maverick, can you come over? Oh, there he is. I like Maverick's name. I like saying it. Maverick, tell us, what are you going through right now? And you have to unmute. Your camera is muted.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. As far as what we're going through right now, it's interesting for me. I haven't been in the courtroom, so we're all sitting out here wondering what is next, how things are going. I did hear from people in the courtroom that Zoe's parents are up there and someone from Perdue is up there. So it sounds like things are heating up. They're getting pretty intense. So it leaves us on the outside to think about what's going on and what result we'll hear.
You made a very good point, and you've given us some really good information. Zoe's parents. Now, Zoe Rosenberg's mother, Kirsten Rosenberg, is a veterinarian. Okay. She's actually testified as an expert witness in some of the Direct Action Everywhere trials. And she and her daughter run a sanctuary for animals called the Happy Hen Sanctuary. So I think it's very interesting that Zoe Rosenberg's mom, and I guess her father too, I don't know much about her dad, but I do know about her mom. And then you have Perdue on the other side. So you have the company there. And that is very interesting because this is a criminal prosecution. The animals were taken from a Perdue facility, but I don't know what official role Perdue has in this case. So that's very interesting. We do know that Perdue's attorneys have been spotted throughout the case. And so they are obviously watching it very closely. There's so much at stake here. I mean, this is a multi-billion dollar industry, the chicken industry. As we've mentioned before, and I think it bears repeating, chickens are by far the most consumed animal on the planet for food. Check this out. This is 2022 animals killed for meat. More than 75 billion chickens were killed. 75 billion chickens killed in 2022 alone. And I'm sorry to say that number has gone up since then. So we're talking about the meat industry here. All right. This is the heart of the meat industry. And there's a lot of money at stake. Indeed, there are those who argue that the meat industry is sort of the heart of our system. If you think of per capita, that refers to head of cattle. So when you go after the meat industry, you are going after some extraordinarily powerful forces. And there's a very good argument to be made that the meat industry has co-opted the media, which is one, the fourth branch of government, the fourth estate. It's co-opted government, to wit, these investigations, these prosecutions, as well as the law enforcement's failure to investigate. And then you have, the courts. So it's very interesting to see what a high stakes battle this is, Maverick.
It is. It's very interesting to see. And it seems like things are heating up quite a lot. We don't know what's to come. There are plenty of options. There's obviously the jail time, which is, I think, what everyone would hate to hear. I think that's the worst of the worst that we can expect today. Aside from that, there's the house arrest and the parole as well. So there's a bunch of different options, and there's a lot of tension on either side. We will see in due time how things turn out. But as of right now, it's quite nerve-wracking. It's quite nerve-wracking.
Yes. Now, tell us while we wait. You know, you're an example of a supporter of Zoe's. Where did you come from? Are you vegan? What is your story?
Yes. So I'm a supporter of Zoe's. I came from the Bay Area, like a lot of people here. I came from San Francisco. There's actually a lot of people from Berkeley as well. Earlier, I met a woman from Southern California who drove 7.5 hours to be here. So it just goes to show we have a great community that's willing to take the time out of their day. They're willing to take some time off work. They're willing to drive because they recognize the weight that this issue holds, and they want to make a stand. My story is interesting. I'm actually a new vegan. So I've been vegan for less than a year now, but I got into activism. I love making a stand, helping out on the right things. I got into veganism. My cousin has been vegan for almost 10 years now. And for the past 5 years, I've done Veganuary. And slowly but surely, it's opened my heart and opened my mind. And I'm originally from Florida, South Florida. And I just moved out to San Francisco a year and a half ago. So this was the first Veganuary that I wasn't in university. I had a kitchen. I had the fresh produce that California allows you to have. And I fell in love with it. I really did. And I'm happy to be surrounded by so many animal activists and vegans who push me to be an even better person.
Wow, what a great story. Everybody's saying, wow, that's so cool. Let's put some of the comments up because there are a lot of people on pins and needles waiting to find this out. I love your story, Maverick. Is the sentencing still going on? Yes, we are waiting. I believe any second they're going to come out. 180 days is what I'm hearing. Well, we don't know that, but it could be. We don't know yet. That was what the prosecution asked for, was 180 days, which is 6 months. And people are saying free the chickens. John is Zoe's #1. I love your story, is very inspiring. And we always have a couple of trolls in there. Let's see, Kitty. There are people from each side speaking, so I bet it's getting heated. Yes, that is true. It is very heated in there. And Zoe's family, think about Zoe's mother, what she's going through. She wants to save her daughter's life, and she's convinced that this is, life-threatening because of Zoe's very severe illnesses that she's had since childhood. This person says chicken is food. I think that's the heart of the debate. Is chicken food, or are chickens individuals? Anyone could become food. There's even cannibalism. Humans can be eaten too. But the question is, should it be food? Should chickens be food? All right. That's the question. Now, yes, we have people saying the industry lies. We say somebody else makes a very interesting point. Dogs are food in some places. Horses are food. Yeah. So culturally, I'm involved with horse rescue. I've been rescuing horses that have been rounded up by our government at taxpayer expense by helicopters, and then they end up getting shipped to slaughter in Mexico or Canada. I donate a lot to Sweet Grass Advocacy for North American equines, and for Heart of the Wild Equine Rescue. And they are women who are working around the clock to rescue horses. They don't consider horses food. I don't consider horses food. I don't consider dogs food, even though there are cultures that eat dog. It's dwindling a lot, but it does exist. There's something called the Yule and Dog Festival. And so, yes, the sentencing is still going on. We're waiting. Any second, they're going to pour out of that building, and we're going to find out. A lot of people are saying no. A lot of people are saying they love your story, Maverick. And I think your story is great. There was somebody who said, I may go vegan after this, and I'm trying to find it. Somebody who said firefighter, but I hope the firefighter, it's not just women rescuing horses. I'm a guy and I do too. Way to go. We don't want to limit just the women, the people I work with. Okay. This fireman 282 said it was me. I hope you consider it. By the way, there's a lot of vegan firefighters. There's somebody called Esselstyn, and there's a whole bunch of vegan firefighters. And I got to say, they're a very handsome and fit bunch. You can look it up. If you just Google vegan firefighters, there's an entire group of them. And I think they've done like documentaries on them. And so there you go. Everybody is commenting. The DA and prosecutor are crooks. I know for a fact. What time does the courthouse close? That's a good question. They got to get this done. This isn't not going to go on much longer, people. Okay. They've got to get this done soon. I've never heard of a sentencing that goes from one day to another. And this courthouse has got to wrap up. And I'll tell you why, is that the workers go on overtime and they don't want to have that. You know how many hundreds of thousands of dollars they've spent on this prosecution? A lot of money, taxpayer money. So here we have somebody saying, I will never eat meat again, but this is haunting nevertheless. Are we hearing something? Maverick, you might have to be our reporter.
We are hearing something.
What happened?
So someone just came out of the courtroom. The man behind me just came out and he's mirroring what he heard. But he said more than likely it's 2.5 years of probation with no jail time.
Whoa!
More than likely. Okay.
More than likely 2.5 years. Oh, wow. Now,
We hope.
oh my gosh, we hope. That would be huge, huge, huge. Okay. Now, that's somebody saying it. Thank you, Maverick. We don't know that for a fact. We're going to get that. Sometimes it's a game of telephone, and I don't want to say it until I hear it. But what we just heard was 2.5 years of probation, no jail time. Is that what you heard? That would be, well, I think it would be an astounding victory for Zoe Rosenberg and Direct Action Everywhere. We're waiting to get that confirmed. What are your thoughts, Matthew, at court?
Yeah, that is really great to hear, potentially. So what we heard is that was somebody who stepped out of the courtroom and announced that was what it was probably looking like. So it's not a definite thing yet. We have people who are planning to run out and tell us the moment it's announced without waiting to hear any of the other proceedings. And they'll also put it up on the Twitter as well. But that is so exciting to hear that's where they're looking. Probation itself is rough. I don't know if that comes with a no contact order. That's also 2 years or could be longer, which is also likely something that she'll be getting, I would expect. But that is so great.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, okay. So if you just joined or you're just, watching, somebody ran out of the courthouse and said, I think what's happening is, so we can never go with that yet. Yeah. What he said, he thinks what's going to happen is 2.5 years of probation, no jail. But we don't know that for a fact. So I want to make absolutely clear. We're not going to report something until it's set in stone and we have confirmation. But I guess they're kind of wrapping up the loose ends. What that's going to mean is that Zoe Rosenberg is, if that's true, she's going to walk out of that courthouse. Now, if it's true, what kind of a victory would that be for the animal rights movement, Lindsay Baker?
I think it'll be a tremendous victory for the animal rights movement because it's showing that even though the prosecution won and she was convicted, clearer minds, such as the judges, would be saying, well, there's extenuating circumstances. Perhaps leniency is the way to go here. And that's what I'm praying for. And I think it's the most logical thing to happen because the whole thing is ridiculous waste of taxpayers' money, of angst and suffering among the people that are Zoe, her family, and all of the people that care about Zoe. And this whole thing is, they just have to realize, I think, that the animal agriculture industry needs to pivot. They need to pivot to bring in all of these other alternatives of food sources and really be protecting the public and providing a clean, healthy food source. That's what I think.
Okay. Ellen Dent, you just rejoined, and Ellen is the head of Animal Alliance Network, but also the mom of a 7-year-old. She's got to do her motherly duties. Somebody came running out of the courthouse and said, what I think is happening, which is not necessarily confirmed, it's not confirmed yet, is that she's going to get 2.5 years of probation, no jail time. And of course, that would be extremely good news. It would be a victory for the animal rights movement. But there's probably a lot of back and forth arguing going on right now. And certainly the prosecutors might be, it's, by the way, if that is the judge's sentence, I have to say that's a courageous decision by the judge, because there's a lot of pressure. There is a hell of a lot of pressure when you have the district attorney coming in and sitting in and watching the case. You know, you can follow. Okay, who's talking now? Let's see. We're going to go right out to court. Go ahead.
Hey, how's it going? Pete here. We don't have confirmation, absolute confirmation yet, but there is some murmuring, and it just might be. So hold your applause. We don't know for sure, but it just might be 2 years of probation and 0 jail time.
Okay, and where did you hear that?
So the courtroom is full. There's a lot of us that were upstairs in the hallway just outside of the courtroom awaiting, and someone came out and said just what I said. We all started celebrating in the hallway. Hey, be quiet. This is still a courtroom or a courthouse. So we kept it on the low, and I walked outside to tell you guys. So, but do hold your applause and your excitement, because it's not, you know, the gavel hasn't come down quite yet, but we're hopeful. And yes.
What's the scene outside the courtroom? Because it's packed. And so you were in the overflow, and there's not, like with some big cases, they will actually put a monitor, but you didn't have that. So what's the mood out there in that hallway?
The mood is people are hopeful and a little somber. You know, people are realistic and expecting and preparing for the worst, but people are much more hopeful now, I'll tell you that. But yeah, we're all just broken off into you know, pairs and groups and having conversation and just talking about what could possibly come of this. But like I said, people are even more hopeful now.
What do you think the historical significance of this moment is?
Oh, well, I think, I mean, obviously the fight's not over, right? We know that. Just not animal liberation as a whole. We know that's a long fight, but even this fight, there's a lot to come. We certainly aren't going to stop. It's just the beginning. And, you know, had things gone a little bit differently and we would have set some serious legal precedents, I would have answered that question quite differently.
They're coming out.
They're coming out.
It looks like some people are coming out. I don't know.
I don't think that's this case.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay. Sorry. Continue on.
Going on.
Continue on.
Yeah. You know, I think we're all here. We're all together. We're all in support of Zoe and what she did, and in support of these victims. And we're not going to stop. You know, Trader Joe's expect to see us from New York City to California at every single one of your locations until you drop Purdue's Petaluma Poultry. You can guarantee that we will speak up and educate your customers about your victims, and we will hold you accountable. Remember, Trader Joe's, you do this 9 to 5. You do this for a paycheck. We do not. We don't clock out. We do this for your victims. So expect us.
Yeah, and I have to point out that Trader Joe's is suing Direct Action Everywhere for those demonstrations. And we invite Trader Joe's and Perdue and Petaluma, the subsidiary, on any time to comment further. There have been a lot of protests at Trader Joe's up and down California, here in Los Angeles, as well as in all up and down the coast, because they reportedly carry the brand that comes from the slaughterhouse that Zoe was convicted of rescuing 4 chickens from. And my understanding is that it's sort of repackaged, though, under a Trader Joe label, but I can't confirm that. But in any case, there have been quite a few of these protests. Now, I understand that there's going to be a news conference outside right where you're standing as soon as they wrap up. And what will be very interesting to see is if Zoe Rosen, because she gave a speech going in thinking, I'm sure I might not come out, so I better give a speech going in. And so it'd be very interesting to see if she is allowed to come out, if she does get 2 years probation with no jail time, that she gives a speech again. She might give another speech. So very interesting. Somebody said 10 minutes before courts are due to close. Really? 3:20? I thought it would be more like 4:20, but I do feel that somebody says, I will be boycotting Trader Joe's. Okay. Picket lines at Trader Joe's. All right. Can somebody recap what this young man reported? Yes, we've been waiting on pins and needles. Zoe Rosenberg came in at about 12:45 Pacific today, gave a speech, a really amazing speech, went into court not knowing whether she would ever come out again. The sentencing started, I would say, just a little after 1, okay? And it's now 3:20. It was supposed to be an hour max. We were all set to just do a couple of hours of live programming, but we will never stop going live as long as there is information to be given to our viewers, because we are the only news organization, Unchained TV, covering this trial beginning to end. We've gone live 27 days already, okay? 27 days. And essentially, we are the world's only free nonprofit streaming network for the plant-based lifestyle. You can download us for free on your phone. You literally just go to your app store, whether you're Android or iPhone, and you just put it in. Unchained TV comes right up. 2,000 videos. And it looks like everybody's getting ready to talk. All right, I'm going to bring it back to Matthew. Can you get closer? Can you unmute and get closer to the podium?
I don't think we're ready to talk yet, unfortunately. But I'll be ready to do that when we are.
Okay,
or I can start.
Yes.
I can start moving now too.
Yeah, maybe just move closer because
we'll confirm the sentence.
We might have a confirmed sentence.
And it sounds like Zoe is going to be forced to spend at least 30 days in jail. There's a 90-day total jail sentence, but it sounds like 60 days of that can be served in some kind of alternative. Maybe that's house arrest, maybe it's work release. So 30 days actually in jail. She doesn't have to turn herself in immediately. She's turning herself in December 10th. And then 2 years of probation on top of that. It sounds like that's the confirmed sentence.
Okay. All right. So you just heard it here first. What is your reaction, Ellen Dent, to that sentence?
I mean, I think we were hoping for what we had heard earlier, that it would just be the 2.5 years of probation, even though that's a much longer period of time than the jail time. But just, I don't know, it hurts me to think of her, being locked up on December 10th, especially with, all of her health conditions. I'm honestly really shocked that they would even consider locking her up and, not keeping her on house arrest or some other alternative form. But hopefully the alternative center is better and will be able to meet all of her medical needs. I'm really concerned and a bit shocked.
Okay, so you heard it here. The breaking news is in. We know now, according to an announcement that was on the loudspeaker, that Zoe Rosenberg will be spending 30 days in jail starting December 10th. And this was part of a 90-day sentence, but 60 days of it will be spent in some other way. And I don't know if that's house arrest or in some other fashion. So what's your reaction, Lindsay Baker?
I'm just heartbroken because, of course, we heard a much better alternative just before that. I'm happy that it's not the full sentence. I'm happy that at least it'll be 30 days. I'm hoping and praying. And I know that people will be vigilant to make sure, to ensure in every way that is possible that she does get the proper health care within those 30 days, and it doesn't become a life-threatening situation. But all of that is still up, up for grabs, because anything can happen when she's in jail. When she's in jail, anything can happen. And the whole idea that she has to go serve time, and this is going to be on her record, I understand, right? This will stay with her. This will affect her future. And all she's doing, and she went so many times, as all of these activists do, taking the right steps, going to the authorities, reporting over and over this abuse, to the point where she was at her wit's end. She saw footage from another activist, and this was in the other time we covered this was covered then, that she was shown what was going on at that moment, the chickens being boiled alive, and she just couldn't bear it anymore. So she did what she did. And because of that, she's going to suffer in jail. And it's just heartbreaking, and it makes me ashamed to be an American right now. And I hate saying that, but it makes me ashamed of our country that we would allow something like this to happen.
So if you are just joining us, the breaking news is in. Zoe Rosenberg has been sentenced. She has been sentenced to, according to what the person who came out and spoke on the loudspeaker, 90 days, but only 30 of those in jail. The other 60 days can be spent in some other fashion. And then there's 2 years probation. And so that is also a very, very serious thing for her, because, for example, Wayne Shung, when he got 2 years probation, it came with a lot of strings attached. He is the sort of founder of the open rescue movement, and he happens to be a constitutional law professor as well. And they said he could not have any contact with his alleged co-conspirators, which was most of his friends, the people that he ran DXC with. And so he's off doing some, he left DXC on a daily basis and was off doing other things because he couldn't be there. And for example, he wouldn't be able to be next to Zoe or next to Elmira Tanner and some of the other people who are the leaders in this movement. That just ended just the other day. So now he can. I'm wondering if that's going to happen to Zoe too, where they say you can't, because that's almost like a worse fate than even the jail time, saying you can't be around your friends. It would be like me saying I can't hang out with my buddy Lindsay Baker here, and some of the other people like Tiffany Brunelli, people I hang out with all the time. That is isolating, and it also has a tendency to try to shatter the movement, splinter the movement. Right. What are your thoughts on that, Matthew?
Yeah, and I've been around Wayne as he tried to navigate no contact orders with a lot of other people who wanted to go to the same conferences as him. Anytime if he wanted to speak, there would need to be a good set of people who were kept away. Somebody needed to be tracking who was able to communicate with both people to constantly tell one or the other, move away, avoid each other in this way. It's a lot of hassle in a movement that both people want to spend. And then more personally, I didn't, talk to him as much about this, but I was losing a lot of his really long, close friends that were named as co-conspirators. And that's really hard for a long period of time to have.
Yeah, but let's not throw the baby with the bathwater out. It's still a victory because the maximum sentence was 4.5 years. That's hard. That's a long time. And the prosecution wanted 6 months. So in that sense, Ellen Dent, is there a victory here for Zoe Rosenberg and Direct Action Everywhere?
I mean, it's a lot less time to be held, under the state So yes, in that case, 30 days in jail is much better than 180 days. But I still have my concerns about the total length of time. So you're talking 90 days plus 2 years. I mean, that's a lot more than 180 days. I feel like it could have been a lot more lenient, especially given her illnesses. And I am worried, along with Lindsay, that she will not receive the proper amount of care, no matter how much people advocate from the outside. And I've had a family member that's been in jail before, and I've tried to advocate for them from outside, and you don't know what's going on in there. Even if you go and visit them, you don't know everything that's going on. So I worry for her so much in this moment. And, I know that she doesn't regret it still, but she's going to suffer. She is going to suffer for trying to help other animals.
Yeah. So we've got some comments here. And again, we're expecting speeches any second now. And since I have to say, Zoe has not been remanded, so they could have sent her to jail right now. They didn't. So she could actually come out here and speak. We don't know. Karen LaCava says, when drug offenders and abusers, animal abusers, drunk drivers get probation and an animal rescuer gets jail time, there's a huge problem with the system. So people are unhappy. I think part of it was that somebody came out in the beginning and said, oh, it seems like no jail time. But who's there? Is that Cassie King? Can we get whoever's there? Hello. Hi there, Cassie. All right. Well, yeah, I was wondering.
She has to start the press conference, so she can't jump on.
Great. Well, that's fine. Can you get closer to the actual? Yes, thank you. But you don't have to break down. Just keep it on. We know that. Look at all the people gathered.
Hi. Everyone who is here to support Zoe, which is all of you, please line up on the steps like we did before. We're going to have a press conference, and we have a lot of press here, so we want everyone to see how many people stand behind Zoe and support the right to rescue. So please gather here, grab the banners, and snuggle in as tight as you can so we can fit people and the banners.
Yep.
And that's the reporting we've been getting. We're going to hear a confirmation and the details right now. So we'll find out exactly what happened in a second. There may be some nuance there. It's very possible that it's not exactly as we heard it was initially. So let's hear it from the people who were in there and who know. But what we were hearing initially is 30 days in jail starting December 10th. So you can see hundreds of people now gathered to speak to the media. Media is assembled, and we are live. We are the only news organization covering this live from start to finish. Urge you, share it out. We're going to hear a confirmation of what we were originally told about the sentence. And we are live here at the courthouse. Fascinating to see whether Zoe shows up because according to what we heard, she is not going to be remanded, even though she is going to do, according to the published report, some time behind bars. Let's see what's happening right now. We are live. And Matthew, if you're listening, wow, yeah, that's great to show us. Look at the huge crowd there. That is a very, very large group of people at court. People who have come from all over the country to support Zoe Rosenberg. She was convicted, and the maximum sentence she could have gotten was 4.5 years behind bars. We were just told initially, somebody ran out and said 30 days, but we'll find out exactly any second now. We're going to hear, a question would be, are we going to hear from Zoe herself, since she's reportedly not remanded to jail immediately? But we'll see. It's very dramatic, and this is history. You're watching history live at the courthouse in Santa Rosa, California, which is about 55 miles north of San Francisco, an agricultural area, not Hollywood, not the tech industry. This is the ag part of California. So let's see what happens. It's it's nerve-wracking. I don't want to speak too much or too loudly because I believe sometimes they can hear on the other side. So I'm kind of like trying to talk with a soft voice and keep you up to date. This is really,
Jane, it would be interesting if we hear why it took so long. I mean, I'd love to hear what went on in that courtroom, for this long period.
Things off here.
Okay,
well,
here
I was
we go.
going to say good afternoon, but it really doesn't feel like one anymore. But my name is Cassie King, and I am an organizer and the communication lead with Direct Action Everywhere, or DAC. DAC is a global grassroots animal rights network working to achieve social and political revolutionary. It's such an important word. Working to achieve a revolutionary social and political change for animals in our lifetime, nearly in one generation. And what we just witnessed today was a really grave injustice that just happened in the Sonoma County Courthouse. Our friend, our fellow activist, lifelong animal rescuer, Zoe Rosenberg, was just sentenced to 90 days in custody, including 30 days in Sonoma County Main Adult Detention Facility here, followed by 60 days of alternative detention, which I believe can include house arrest. Zoe is a lifelong animal rescuer whose only crime is compassion. She took action to rescue 4 suffering chickens from Petaluma Poultry Slaughterhouse and named them Poppy, Aster, Ivy, and Azalea, and got them the veterinary care that they needed when the authorities in this building behind us refused to act in the face of criminal animal cruelty. Thank you all so much for being here today and for covering this important moment, and to all the activists for being here to bear witness to this injustice and to help amplify Zoe's story and the brokenness of our legal system that it exposes. Today, we'll be hearing from Zoe's attorney and about what this sentence means and what's next, and also from leaders in the animal rights movement and people who have also faced repression personally about the importance of open rescue, the importance of direct action, and the role that repression plays in the animal rights movement and in every single social justice movement. So with that said, I will first invite up Zoe's attorney, Chris Caraway, who is a staff attorney at the Animal Activist Legal Defense Project, which has represented and led this case pro bono, to explain more.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Caraway. I'm the staff attorney with the Animal Activist Legal Defense Project at the University of Denver Stern College of Law. I am proud to stand here saying I represent Zoe Rosenberg in this case, but I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed that she has to spend 30 days in jail for an act of conscience, for an act of compassion. I'm disappointed that the district attorney's office in Sonoma County, despite learning of all the evidence of animal cruelty perpetuated by Perdue, continues to turn a blind eye to that cruelty, continues to prioritize silencing those who shine a light on that cruelty, and continue to put the profits and the reputation over a billion-dollar corporation over what's right. But as long as companies like Perdue continue to prioritize their profits over public health risk, over the livelihood, health, and safety of the birds that they routinely, systemically abuse, there will also be brave people like Zoe Rosenberg, people who will shine a light on that abuse, people who will act when no one else will. And I think that's something we should be encouraging and not prosecuting. Because ultimately, when an animal is suffering, rescue is not a thing.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chris. And your next speaker is Andy Stepanian, a lifelong, or maybe lifelong, I don't know, but a very long time animal rights activist, a publicist, and was a political prisoner who spent years in prison as part of the Stop Huntington Animal Cruelty 7 or SHAC 7 case, and who's deeply involved in media and civil liberties work today.
Had some remarks prepared, but I'm just going to kind of wing it a little bit because as I was sitting there in the courtroom looking at Zoe, I couldn't help but think about the question of worth and how we define worth. Petaluma Poultry assigned a dollar value to poppy, aster, ivy, and azalea of $24. If you turned to Poppy's mother and said, how much is Poppy worth? Poppy is worth the world. If we look at our families and our children and our loved ones, our sisters, our brothers, those relationships are insurmountable in their worth. When we think about the dollar value assigned to these animals and the amount of money that this prosecutor was willing to spend, that Petaluma Poultry was willing to spend on this case, we are talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars. And so I asked the question, I beg a question of everyone, the press, of the public, is this really about the value assigned to 4 chickens, 4 individuals? No, it's about the idea. It's about the idea that Zoe helped to sow, the seeds that she helped to plant, that we could one day visualize a future where animals have value, have identity, have names, have loved ones, have siblings, have their own inherent worth. It was once said that the greatness of a nation can be measured by the way it treats its animals. I wonder what it says of us that we measure the worth of the animals in Petaluma Poultry as $6 for Poppy, $6 for Aster, $6 for Ivy, $6 for Azalea. When we devalue life, whether that be our neighbors, people of different ethnic backgrounds, origins, countries from which they came, immigration status, we devalue ourselves. We degrade society. But when we collapse the distance between us and our neighbors, when we collapse the distance between us and other species, we start to recognize our true value. And so as Zoe tirelessly worked to draw attention to the inherent value of animals, I can't help but think about what creates wealth in our society. It was once said by Dostoevsky that the degree of a civilization can be measured in society by entering its prisons. Zoe is about to enter a prison for 30 days for selflessly acting to defend animals and their rights. Similarly, I would argue that the greatness of a movement is measured by the way it treats its prisoners. And so while Zoe surrenders herself to a period of 30 days in custody and 60 days out custody, we need to be there to support her every step of the way. As Zoe is compelled to return with $120,000 of restitution to Petaluma Poultry, we say we're there to support you in your appeal. We're there to support you every step of the way. We support our prisoners. And after speaking to Zoe this morning, seeing the selfless person that she is, I know that the way that Zoe wants us to support her is to emulate the care, the compassion, and the action that she had in her life. Let's create 200 Zoes. Let's free 800 Azaleas. Let's show that in response. Let's show the prosecutor not to thumb our nose at the government, not to be rude to the police, but rather to say, no, we're going to move these goalposts. We are going to change the world for animals, one animal at a time, one day at a time, one court case at a time, until a right to rescue is endemic in our society and enshrined in law. I'm a little over in time, and so I'll just say this. I have a dear friend that I founded an organization with who passed away in the first year of our organization. And on his chest was tattooed the words, "Wealth is weighed in spirit." And as I reflect today on what's happening with Zoe, I can't help but think about those words. That when I think about wealth and I think about how we measure worth, I think about Zoe and I think she's the richest person in the world. And we are all richer for knowing her. And I thank her from the bottom of my heart.
Thank you so much, Andy. And next, I'm honored to invite up Sharon Núñez, who is the co-founder and the president of Animal Equality, an international animal protection organization operating in 8 countries. Sharon's taken part in undercover investigations and open rescues herself and was arrested for documenting conditions inside a pig farm to expose the abuse that animals endure.
Hi, everyone. I'm originally from Spain, and I've lived in the US for the last 15 years. And there's a Spanish word that I really like, and it said tejer, tejer. So what does tejer mean? Tejer means to thread. And I believe, just thinking about what Andy just said, that there is an invisible thread that connects the hunt saboteurs in the 60s and the 70s that stood between guns and animals to save them. There's a thread that connects them to Jill Phillips, who was an activist who died trying to protect baby calves from being exported alive. And Jill Phillips connects to Andy and those activists that were in prison in the US and that experienced repression in the UK for fighting one of the most vile industries on earth, animal experimentation. And that thread connects to the Austrian activists that also faced prison time. They also went to jail. They went to prison and they went to jail. And that connects us to Zoe. An activist, a hero, a rescuer, an inspiration. And all of these stories that we tejer, that we thread together, we are weaving a bigger story, a much, much bigger one. And that is the story, the history of the animal rights movement. And let me say that again. The history of the animal rights movement and what is happening today. There will be victories, there will be failures, but it is history, just like other social movements are and were. It is a movement that will continue beyond Jill Phillips, beyond Andy, beyond their dearest Zoe, to inspire others to do the same, and perhaps to also risk their lives, their freedom, and their physical integrity for the most vulnerable amongst us, non-human animals. That is a story that we all should be very proud of being part of. The story, the history of the animal rights movement. And as activists, we have a very important obligation. Two, actually. We have the obligation to stand by Zoe and those imprisoned, detained, or arrested for helping animals. And today, Zoe, if I heard correctly, was sentenced because she didn't feel guilt for rescuing animals. That's the world we live in. And we carry that moral responsibility as activists, as part of this story, to tell the stories of other activists. So let me begin today. Zoe Rosenberg is an activist, a young woman who entered a farm bravely and rescued 4 sick, dying animals because she believed in something bigger than herself. She believed that every one of those chickens had a name and deserved a life. So, as I finish, I ask you, tell this story. Tell Zoe's story, the story of the hero, the liberator, the compassionate activist, to your friends, to your family, to your children, to your grandchildren, because that is your moral obligation, as it is to stand up for Zoe and to stand up for animals. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Thank you so much, Sharon. This is absolutely history being made, and we are all participating in it. And now I'm honored to invite Josh Harper to speak, who is another very long-time animal liberation activist and also another former defendant in the Jack 7 case, which I did not explain is a group of activists who was prosecuted under the Animal Enterprise Protection Act, which is now Animal Enterprise Terrorism Act, for running a website and has seen this repression in his own life. So please welcome Josh.
Thank you so much for having me. I started getting into activism when I was about 16 years old, so 35 years ago now. In that time, I've been to more protests than I can count. Far too many of those have been because a good person is going away to jail for doing a good thing. A lot of those protests and gatherings were for my own sentencings, unfortunately. Today I heard a few people say as I was leaving the courtroom that this was a light sentence, but only someone who's never done time could say something like that. When you've been behind bars, when you've had your freedom taken away from you, when you have no choices anymore, when you're not the one making a decision about your life and how it's going to be lived, time becomes something else altogether. It's far more palpable. It's physical. It feels like it has been ripped from you, that portion of your life. Seeing Zoe get this sentence today, 30 days, people saying only 30 days. I don't know. It's a reminder of how much people misunderstand about you. When I was 16 and I first began to think about animals and ecosystems, I came across a copy of a book called Ascend County Almanac, written by Aldo Leopold. In it, he implored us to think like a mountain, which was his way of saying that we needed to take a macro view, historicized view of everything around us. That the world wasn't just about us and about what we might consume, but about all humans, what all humans might consume. I want everyone today to think like a mountain in regards to 2 things. One, the historicization of the repression of animal rights activists. This is something that for decades and decades and decades, compassionate people have lost their freedom for doing what we all should be doing. I also want us to think like a mountain in other regards. There are thousands of us. There are tens of thousands of us. There are hundreds of thousands of us. And we are stronger than they are. And if we fight together and we join together, we can take down every single company that's doing. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those inspiring words, Josh. And we still have a few more speakers. We have so many amazing people here today united in this moment. I'm now excited to introduce Jean Baur, who is the co-founder and president of Farm Sanctuary, an activist and an author, and he's also a pioneer in the field of undercover investigations and farm animal rescue, having visited hundreds of farms, stockyards, and slaughterhouses documenting the deplorable conditions. So welcome, Jean.
I am proud and honored to stand here in support of Zoe in her kind and courageous act of rescuing individuals who were seen only as commodities by an industry who is known for its abuses of power. And what we witnessed today were systems enforcing certain beliefs and ideas about how human beings should interact with other animals. And, there's that old bumper sticker that, humans aren't the only species on Earth, we only act like it. And I think that it is important for us to recognize that we do share this planet with other living beings. And it's important also to recognize that what we do to those with the least power, to the least abuse, says a lot about who we are. And Zoe's act was one of compassion. It was one of caring. It was one of humanity. And it is something that is so sadly lacking in our world today. And I am just grateful to be here with everybody who is standing for kindness and standing for humanity and standing for the other animals we share this planet with. Because when we're kind to other animals, all of us benefit. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jean. And now we're going to hear from Alexandra Paul, who, as many of you just heard in the courtroom when she spoke at the hearing, she is an actress by profession and an animal cruelty investigator by passion, and is also someone who went to trial in 2023 for rescuing chickens from a slaughter truck and was found not guilty in Merced County. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I'm humbled to follow the speakers that's been before me. They're such amazing activists. So in our history, there have been people like Zoe who have fought for the rights of others before our country was ready to grant them. And they were ahead of their time, just like Zoe is now. And I'm thinking of Alice Paul, who I wish was a relation to me, but she's actually not, who fought over 100 years ago for the right of American women to vote. She was ridiculed, abused by the police, imprisoned, and labeled an extremist. And now you're a wacko if you don't support a woman's right to vote. And actually, in the last 40 years, more women turned out to vote in presidential elections than men. And then there was Jonathan Walker in 1844, who was branded with a hot iron and put in prison for a year for freeing slaves. And at the time, there was so much resistance to what he did that we had to have a war to change the laws of the country so that Blacks could be free. And now, of course, slavery of humans is anathema here in the United States. So today in 2025, we who fight for the rights of humans today in 2025, we who fight for the rights of animals not to be tortured and killed are still considered fringe. But the tide is turning, and activists like Zoe are helping to turn that tide. When I was on trial for rescuing the chickens, Ethan and Jax, with Alicia Santurio, a woman in the jury pool was pissed off about being there. And I thought at first that she was mad at Alicia and me.
But then it became clear that she was angry at the prosecutors and the law enforcement for bringing us to trial in the first place, because she worked at Walmart. And if merchandise worth less than $40 was shoplifted from that store, they didn't even send the security guards out the door to stop that person. She understood that our trial was about big ag against the little guy. And most Americans can see that too when they hear about Zoe's case. It is clear to most of them that big business and big money are behind her persecution. But the harder big ag comes down on each of us, the more suspicious the factory farm facilities and the politicians in their pockets appear. So even though the legal system says that Zoe is guilty, she's already won, because she has shone a light on a dirty and shameful business that has propelled, and she has propelled our movement forward. She's made sure that Big Ag, Sonoma County sheriffs, and Petaluma Poultry are not being able to keep this secret about how terribly animals are tortured. She is publicizing it to millions of people around the world. And someday soon, America is going to look back now on how we treat animals, and we will be ashamed. And just like Alice Paul and Jonathan Walker helped bring us into the right side of history, Zoe Rosenberg has done the same. So thank you, Zoe.
Thank you so much, Alexandra. And now I'm glad that for at least this week, I am actually able to invite Zoe to speak. We obviously sure coming in today, and Zoe needs no introduction, but in addition to being the social media lead for DXC and animal cruelty investigator, the founder of Happy Hen Animal Sanctuary, one of my best friends and an incredible person, she's now a convicted felon at the age of 23 for a crime of compassion for rescuing animals. And for right now, she'll be able to speak to us, and in a week, she'll be in this jail. So I hope everyone can do whatever Zoe can ask of us right now. So,
I have been sentenced to serve 90 days in the Sonoma County Jail, as all of you have heard. And what makes me the most upset about all of this is not the fact that I have been convicted. It is not the fact that I have been sentenced to serve time. It is the fact that chickens are continuing to suffer at Perdue's Petaluma poultry facility, and the authorities who are supposed to protect them are doing nothing about it. In fact, they are denying that their very suffering even exists. I have seen it with my own eyes, and we have 8 years worth of evidence of criminal animal cruelty at Perdue's Petaluma poultry. And 8 years is far too long for this to have been allowed to continue. I first learned about Petaluma poultry in 2017 when people started to hold vigils at their slaughterhouse. I began to see photos and videos uploaded online of birds as they were arriving to the slaughterhouse in cages on the back of these trucks. They were crowded together so tightly that they could barely stand or turn around. They were defecating on one another. Some birds were on the verge of death by the time they arrived at the slaughterhouse. They were on their backs, slowly suffocating from their own weight. In 2018, Direct Action Everywhere investigated a Petaluma poultry factory farm called McCoy's Poultry Services. There they found chickens who were being denied medical care, who were living with such severe illnesses and disabilities that they couldn't even get to food and water, and they were quite literally slowly dying of starvation and dehydration. Testing revealed that there was a disease spreading at this facility that was actually causing some of the birds to have their legs swell up with pus. Some of them, it was so severe that their legs were starting to grow perpendicular from their bodies. They were completely losing all use of the limbs.
There were not only dead birds among the living birds, but some of these dead birds were rotting, clearly having been left there for not just days, but weeks. What was happening there was clear suffering, and when the authorities did not act, DXC's animal rescuers entered McCoy's Poultry Services in 2018, and they tried to rescue 10 chickens from this factory. But as they were leaving with these 10 chickens, the Sonoma County Sheriff's Office stopped them. They said that these chickens could not go to get the care that they needed. I watched in videos as people begged for these animals' lives, begged for them to get necessary care. And ultimately, one officer said that the sickest chicken could go. The sickest chicken could go to get that care. And that chicken was Rose. The remaining 9 chickens were killed by law enforcement. Rose was brought to me at my animal sanctuary, where she lived out the rest of her life. She never recovered from the abuse and neglect that she faced at the hands of Petaluma Poultry. Like some of the other birds at the facility, her leg had grown perpendicular to her body. She could not use it. It was swollen, it was full of pus. And she spent the entire year that she did survive with a very severe disability. And we tried to keep her as comfortable as possible and let her see as much of the world as she could with this disability. The other chickens at McCoy's Poultry Services were not as lucky. Sonoma County Animal Services did end up filing a criminal referral for McCoy's Poultry Services, referring the owner as a suspect for criminal animal cruelty after examining some birds from the facility. But no action was taken on their referral, and McCoy's Poultry Services was allowed to continue criminally abusing animals. Fast forward a few years, in the spring of 2023, I began my own investigation of Perdue's Petaluma poultry facilities. Throughout the spring, we did a company-wide investigation of Petaluma Poultry, where we found additional routine violations of animal welfare laws. At my investigation of the Petaluma Poultry Factory Farm right here in Santa Rosa on Hunter Lane, we found that there were dead birds among the living, that the air quality was so poor that chickens were struggling to breathe. I myself was struggling to breathe, even with a KN95 mask, as I investigated this facility. And I rescued 2 chickens who were on the brink of death, who I named Vincent and Petunia. Vincent was so weak he could not stand, and Petunia was on her back with a bloody, injured wing. The veterinarians that I rushed them to warned me that they were unlikely to survive. But after 5 days being hospitalized and receiving intensive care, they both made a miraculous recovery. On the slaughterhouse side, evidence throughout that spring was found showing that chickens were being improperly stunned on the kill floor. They were entering the kill floor while fully conscious, leading to injuries, including potential internal organ rupture. And some of these birds were ultimately entering the scalding tank alive. They are denying that any of this suffering is happening because they know that this truth is detrimental to Petaluma Poultry's business, because the public cares about animals. Nobody wants to see animals suffer. And that is why they are so eager to cover up all of this violence. But again, we have 8 years of evidence. And I can speak for myself, and I think I speak for all of our animal cruelty investigators in DXC, that we remain ready and willing to meet with any authorities about addressing these violent crimes against animals anytime. And we hope that they will act. And we have been calling on the California Attorney General to take action, because the Sonoma County District Attorney's Office has made it abundantly clear that they do not care about these animals whatsoever, that they care far more about the profits of Perdue, a company that makes over $10 billion a year on the backs of these animals. So we are asking people to contact the California Attorney General, Rob Bonta, and ask him to please step in and do something. Now, 1 week from today, while these animals continue to suffer, I will be turning myself in to the Sonoma County Jail, where I will serve between 30 and 90 days in that jail. And like I said during the hearing itself, I hope that everyone here today, everyone watching, will make a promise not to me, but to the animals. Because they are counting on each and every one of us to continue forward, to do everything that we can to get justice for them. Because the truth is that nothing I am going to face in that jail will ever compare to what these animals are going through every moment of their lives. And I am so incredibly privileged to have freedom to lose, to have things that I don't want to walk away from as I enter jail next week. But these animals have nothing. They live every moment in pain and they die in agony. And we all have a moral obligation to go outside of our comfort zones, to put aside our fears and our excuses to save them from the hell that they are living in. So no matter what, please don't stop rescuing animals. Don't stop speaking up. Don't stop screaming as loud as you possibly can for these animals to be freed. And I ask all of you, please, to make this promise to the animals. Can everyone please repeat that you promise? Say, I promise to the animals. I know that we are going to continue forward, that we are going to keep marching on, and a day will come when every animal is safe and happy and free. And we will be as loud as we possibly can until that day. Thank you all.
We do have a little bit of time just to take questions from press who have come out today. Thank you all again for being here. Zoe, Chris, all our speakers are around. So if you have a question, please come up here or shout and we will do our best to answer. Maybe you can check in on UnchainedTV availability.
I have a question.
I can barely hear that. Maybe you can. Sure.
Probably. Yeah, play it off the speaker. Right now. Or you can speak now, Jane.
Okay, yeah, my question is, what kind of actions are going to continue by Direct Action Everywhere in Sonoma County, where there has been so much focus on the agricultural industries in that region?
Thanks, Jane. People can hear the question. I'm not sure how well people can hear it. It was what kind of action is DXC going to continue to do, including here in Sonoma County and the coastal region? There was actually a really wonderful press piece in KQAD this morning that was talking about the history of DXC's actions here in Sonoma County and kind of the question that people often ask about why Sonoma County is interesting because they're branded as so humane that the fight would be happening here. And I think it's really important that we go where the most humane labels are to expose, in some cases, some of the worst suffering, and just to continue to attack that humane myth that there's an okay way to treat animals like objects and leave them to suffer and die because medical costs would exceed the cost of their $6 life to a company. So absolutely, DXC is going to continue to be taking actions anywhere that animals are suffering and has always been focused, in addition to some of the largest animal abusers in the world, on those that line the shelves at Whole Foods and in some cases are one and the same. Hopefully that answers that question, but if Zoe wants to answer anybody else, feel free. Did anybody else have a question? Thanks, Jane. If not, I will invite Katie up to concludes the event. That's all. Okay, well, thank you so much. Again, I'm the communications lead with Direct Action Everywhere. I'll be available if you have other questions to come up and ask me. And thank you so much to everyone who took time to be here today and has been standing here and been around for hours and hours. Appreciate being here to bear with us today. In the immediate term, there are definitely actions coming up. We'll be rallying to free Zoe for one thing, and she's in custody here at risk of her life. So please stay tuned for those upcoming actions. And if anyone's not on our list and would like to get advisories and releases about that information, please let me know. Thank you. Thank you all so much for being here. It's so amazing to have so much support, especially when Purdue would love to repress and lock up activists like Zoe with no one looking. But almost 200 people came today, which is really incredible on a Wednesday, on a work day. So thank you all so much. This concludes all of our scheduling for today. We were prepared to do a visual of the jail, but that won't be necessary right now, but stay tuned. And yeah, if people want to hang out here, you're welcome to catch up with people. There also is a restaurant that people often go to eat at that has a lot of seating called Amy's Drive-Thru. So some people will probably go there and eat. But yeah, if you could just carefully roll up the photo banners and lay it all over there, we'll get everything packed up and yeah, just hang out and catch up with people.
Wow. What an extraordinary set of speeches. I'd just love to get your reactions. I know you were watching, both of you were watching. So let's start with Ellen Dent.
I mean, just I'm overwhelmed by the amount of support that's out there for Zoe. You know, and she deserves every bit of it for everything that she's done. She's been so brave, and she's bravely looking at this jail time, no matter what that actually means to her own person, her own health. So I couldn't admire her more, or her selfless words as she, you know, kept inspiring others to keep fighting for their lives, because they need us. They need us to keep speaking up and advocating and fighting in any way that we can. And she's making such a huge sacrifice to help, you know, reach animal liberation, to help them have the right to be rescued, to have an animal bill of rights, to have Rose's Law. So I'm just so moved by all of the amazing, you know, speeches that we've heard today, and just this outpouring of support for this woman who, you know, like I said, is going to be remanded on December 10th. And will just unfathomably be going to jail, even though she's in, you know, terrible health. So, you know, I'm wishing her all the best. You know, I'm wishing that this time goes by as quickly as possible for her. I can't imagine, but I know that she is going to be, you know, completely at peace with her decisions and this outcome. And there's Mariah. Hi.
Everybody.
You're muted, Jane. You're muted. Jane.
Great to get some legal insight. What can you tell us about your reaction as an attorney who was associated with the defense to this sentence?
I think that the judge tried hard to balance the different considerations here, like the mitigating factors, which is that Zoe is young and that this is her first offense, and that she's clearly a compassionate and good person, with, you know, multiple convictions, and the fact that the jury found that there was an aggravating factor, that the quote crimes were sophisticated and well organized. So I think he did try to come to a balance here. I disagree with that balance. I don't think it's ever appropriate to put an activist in jail for exposing abuses that the authorities refuse to investigate and deal with. But I do think that this judge was attempting to strike some kind of balance that he felt was fair.
I also don't feel that if for DXC to sort of snatch defeat from the jaws of victory is a good idea either. People were saying it's a grave injustice and very sad. But is there a victory in that she could have served 4.5 years. The prosecution asked for 6 months, and what the judge gave her essentially was 30 days in jail.
Yes, I think along the range of possible sentences that there could have been, this is certainly, very extremely on the end of lighter sentences that we could have expected. And I think that is because of some excellent briefing filed by Chris Carraway and Kevin Little. Of course, Chris is with the Animal Activist Legal Defense Project out of the University of Denver. Our legal team has been fighting hard, and I think that's a big part of why you're seeing a sentence that's much more on the lighter side.
Now, what about appeals? Because you have pointed out, as somebody who is associated with the defense, not exactly necessarily, I don't know how you want to characterize, but obviously a supporter of the defense, that case law is not made when you win a case. Like, in the sense, if she were found not guilty, there's no chance of advancing case law, but that because she was found guilty and you're appealing, that there might be some way to get a legal victory, specifically regarding the necessity defense. Can you outline that for our viewers?
Yep. So when you appeal a case to a higher court, to an appellate court, when that appellate court rules and makes a decision in California, if that decision is published, it has, or at least potentially has, precedential value, meaning that courts that follow it would have to obey the rulings of that higher court. And the plan is certainly to appeal Zoe's case. We filed a notice of appeal today. We're looking forward to that appeal. And the necessity defense will certainly be one of the issues that we plan to address there.
What others could? I mean, how could this turn into a positive legally?
The judge's exclusion of a bunch of evidence is also an issue that we would appeal. And we're still determining what our other appellate issues are. We're still waiting for the full transcript in this case, the court reporter transcript to be available. We also, of course, are in the midst of the appeal in Wayne Shung's case, also from Sonoma County, where we're appealing various issues, including the necessity defense, the judge's exclusion of a bunch of evidence, and also the prosecution's constant attack on Wayne Shung and essentially all of the defense witnesses for their veganism, which we argue is tantamount to a religious practice, and that attacking people on the basis of that violates the First Amendment.
Well, I agree entirely that it's bizarre to me that potential jurors were asked, do you have any vegan friends, or have you ever felt shamed or judged by a vegan? Like, I couldn't believe that, honestly. Could that be the basis for an appeal?
Cut out.
Oh, could that be the basis for an appeal, where potential jurors were excluded after saying, I felt judged by a vegan, or I have vegan friends, or whatever?
Unfortunately, probably not. Folks are generally, prosecutors and defense witnesses are generally allowed to use peremptory challenges to strike any kind of jurors that they want for any reason, as long as it's not a protected reason like race or gender, or in California, also sexual orientation and gender identity.
So maybe one of the things that we should focus on as a movement is getting veganism declared a protected class. Actually, our writer, Jordi Casamajana, is famous for getting veganism declared a protected class akin to a religion in the United Kingdom, and he actually wrote a book about it.
I would certainly like to see that. I'd like to see anything that advances the movement, particularly in the legal sphere, which is certainly where I'm most interested. And speaking of that, I have to run and meet with the legal team. But thank you for having me on, Jane. Thanks for all your coverage.
Okay, thank you so much, Murray. Appreciate it. Wow. So there we heard that they are obviously going to appeal, and maybe that's something that needs to happen. It's our writer, Jordi Casamajana, a writer for UnchainedTV, fought in the courts in England to have veganism declared a protected class. He filed suit against a former employer for for basically not treating it that way, and he won. And now across England, veganism is treated like a protected class. So that's something I think that could come out of it. What do you think, Lindsay Baker? Yeah, go ahead. You got it. I got it.
I think it's a very strong possibility, and I think we should definitely pursue it. I was really inspired by the speakers and to see the amount of support and the attorneys. I'm sorry, my cat is, and the amount of support that she's getting, and the attorneys that are right now still working, like nobody's stopping. It's 24/7 around the clock. People are on this. DXE is on it, and I'm really sad that she's going to jail, but at least it's not for the full time that the prosecution had wished. And yeah, I'm just kind of trying to take it all in. I'm still kind of overwhelmed by everything, but gosh, I just wish the best for her. And I just want to say one more quick thing. Everybody, please write to Zoe. Please write to Zoe while she's there, because I think it will mean a lot.
Yes, and we'll find out how you can write to Zoe so that you can write to her while she's behind bars. Matthew, you've done an incredible job. I think we have to give Matthew a round of applause for just doing an incredible job. It was like you were a network correspondent. Really a great job. What are your thoughts as we let you go after one of the longest days of coverage that we've had in quite a while?
Very mixed. And thank you, Jane. Your coverage here has been fantastic, and everyone you've had on, whose names I can't always catch through the sound very well, but all your insights are really great as well. Yeah, I feel very mixed. It's hard knowing that, she will be put in jail. That's a serious health risk for any amount of time. I think she has something to help her with her insulin that's implanted that they were trying to take out last time, is my recollection. So it's very scary for her. At the same time, it could have been a lot worse, and I'm glad for that. Feeling very mixed overall. It's hard to settle. It'll be a long time before I know for sure. But overall, I think there are much worse options, and it's a not the worst case that could have happened.
Well put. Very well put. Final thoughts, Ellen Dent.
I just, I hope that there's a way that she's out of their custody of the state sooner, just like Wayne was. I agree. Right to Zoe, right to the Attorney General, Rob Bonta, to, demand that these companies be held accountable for their treatment of other animals. And I'm just hoping for the best outcome on appeals. I hope that case law is made from this, that her suffering will have so much meaning for the future. And we're going to keep fighting. This is not going to stop anything. She didn't just save those 4 chickens. Zoe saved hundreds more. Hundreds more have been saved because of the outcome of this case all around the world. In different countries, they have done open rescues to save other chickens. So, it's not just, Poppy and Aster and Azalea. It's not just, those chickens. It's so many more. And it will be so many more that will be saved because of this. So thank you to Zoe. And I'm just completely inspired by her bravery and selflessness. And hi, dear puppy.
We are watching people here at court posing. There is Zoe Rosenberg posing for a photo with some of her team, as well as Alexandra Paul. And she doesn't seem, here's my thought. First of all, I think everybody watching, if you have not already expanded your circle of compassion beyond dogs, like my little Wednesday here, please do extend it to chickens. They're just like our dogs. We have several documentaries about chickens on Unchained TV. They're no different than the dogs and cats we love. Also, and extending your compassion means don't eat them. But also what I was really taken by was Zoe's lack of any kind of feeling like I'm a victim. She came right out swinging, and she said words to the effect of, nothing I could experience behind bars is as bad as what these animals in these factory farms and slaughterhouses are experiencing. Promise me you're going to continue fighting. I mean, she is a fighter. She did not have a moment of feeling, broken down or victimized. You heard her. She came out swinging. And that's exactly what annoys the prosecution. Her staggering, that's a quote from them, lack of remorse. She has no remorse because she feels she did the ethical thing. She did the ethical thing. Now, apparently there's a Free Zoe website that's just popped up already that my social media director, Michelle Celestino, who's also done a great job today, just sent me. But for those watching, if you haven't expanded your circle of compassionate chickens, do it. And that means no more eating chickens, but I can tell you there are incredible alternatives to chickens like Gardein and Just and all sorts of other products in the frozen food section that you can have. And you know what? You put a little mayonnaise, vegan mayonnaise, and bread and lettuce, and you can't tell the difference. So you'll also lower your cholesterol. And I would also say for those who are, it's a link. Okay, we got some breaking news again. Sorry. Michelle Celestino says there's a new website asking Gavin Newsom, the governor, to pardon Zoe Rosenberg. So here's a new Free Zoe Rosenberg website that just popped up, Free Zoe. And it says, Zoe was politically prosecuted. Now her life is in danger. Governor Newsom, pardon Zoe Rosenberg. And I'm going to put up freezoe.org. Sorry, Wednesday, you're going to have to go. Mwah. Going to go down. We're going to go and put this up. Great for pointing that out. freezoe.org. freezoe.org. I'm going to double check. Yes. freezoe.org is the new website. You can go there. That's a petition that is asking Governor Gavin Newsom to pardon Zoe Rosenberg. There's 2,000 people watching now, 2,050 on one platform, 160 on another, and others watching on other platforms. Go to Free Zoe, and if you feel like it, it's up to you. Sign that. So there you go. That's already happening. If the prosecution hoped that this case would somehow make Zoe Rosenberg and her associates and fellow activists disappear, I think they are absolutely wrong. If anything, I think it would have the opposite effect. As always, we invite Perdue or Petaluma Poultry or Trader Joe's on anytime to comment. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining us. This was a really historic day, and we were very honored to be able to give it to you, bring it to you. I urge everybody who cares about this issue, you're watching Unchained TV. We are a 501c3 nonprofit streaming television network. And you can download us for free on your phone. Just go to your app store and put in Unchained TV, more than 2,000 videos, top-line documentaries. You can also watch online at Unchained TV. Be part of it, because I urge everyone, once again, sign up for Unchained TV. You can watch it with streaming devices like Apple TV, Roku device. You can watch it on your smart TV. You can watch it online on your computer, and you can also get it on your phone. And that way you're part of this really rapidly growing movement, going movement. So what you're watching here is just an historic day, and we are very honored to have been able to bring it to you. By the way, tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Pacific, we're covering the first open rescue trial in England. And those people are facing 10 years behind bars. I hope you join us for that. See ya.